proof of tis globe's globe. Everybody knows this globe. This globe defined. Since there is no geometric shape that is a perfect descriptor for the whole of reality, we hear it on the level define the whole of reality to have a non-geometric shape called the globe. Therefore, you can feel safe in the knowledge that pointing to anything within nature at a distance from you can result in the statement, "'Tis globe!" Rest assured that it is globe. Here we know the earth is definitely not flat, like you. We know this to be true without question, and to think that it is against all known observable evidence. Within these words, you may possibly find a belief that you can find enough faith to believe in a non-logical system. And Bev said, "Let there be logic." And their words communicate. Logic was given to help us communicate the ancient dogmatic globe with no proof and no argument into a modern day form that unthinking people might paralogize for themselves. In beginning there was nothing. Going back to earliest recorded history and further, it has been self-evident to everyone that ever lived that 'tis globe. From measuring shadows to watching boats, even measuring angles to lights in the sky, it has been abundantly clear to everyone that performed any of these tasks or not. The only natural conclusion has ever been, 'tis globe. Help us imagine a new way to argue and compete against the old ways of logic and reason. Join us in ridding critical thought. Let's make independent thinking a thing of the past. Logic, it has to be. Upon realizing years ago that having sure and certain knowledge of 'tis globe without proof wasn't as sophisticated as first thought, in the beginning there was a need for something to base the already existing imaginometry on. Some sort of non-argumentative system for us build our first principles upon. Imaginometry. And Bev said, "Let there be logic." And there was logic. And it was God. Logic. Was given to help us communicate the ancient dogmatic globe with no proof and no argument into a modern day form that unthinking people might paralogize for themselves. Join us in a new revolution of globe thought. Help us imagine a new way to argue and compete against the old ways of logic and reason. Join us in ridding critical thought. Let's make independent thinking a thing of the past. Join us in a new revolution of globe thought. Help us imagine a new way to argue and compete against the old ways of logic and reason. Join us in ridding critical thought. Let's make independent thinking a thing of the past. Globe goes to the art of the sophist and is the antithesis to antiquated logic as such. Although impossible, when employing logic, the sophist must attempt to deny the existence of reasoning, the mortal enemy of logic. Globe goes to the art of the sophist and is the antithesis to the antiquated logic as such. Although impossible, when employing logic, the sophist must attempt to deny the existence of reasoning, the mortal enemy of logic. And Bev said, "Let there be logic."
And Yes, we are live. Welcome. I know everybody's on doing other things. It's a hot day. Um, and yeah, I was to get back into the swing of things. We did just put out a video that was done a few years ago of Peter. He used to be called Peter the Globe Prover, or Peter the. It was a Troll Team 6 he had, and yeah, he was an avid Dogmatic Globe supporter, prover even. So if you're wondering what a 540-degree triangle looks like, an impossible triangle, pop over to the channel. We just released it. You'll be able to see. It's actually, I know PhD Tony did one a bit ago. 540-degree triangle, 3 times 180 degrees. Seems impossible. And it being a straight line makes sense. Well, it makes sense that it doesn't make sense. And that's how we know 'tis globe. So pop over to have a look at that. I don't think that it's ever been recorded. I don't think it's ever been stated before. It takes a very brave dogmatic globe geometer to come out with that. What Peter was. He was that man. He has since become a flat earther, unfortunately. So I don't know whether he's going to want to come and talk to us. He is banned from this Discord as well. Because, you know, he's known to be a little bit of a troll and try and get Discord servers shut down. So that's why he's not allowed here. But, I mean, he is available on Twitter at the minute, running a flat earth physics club on Twitter. Peter, I don't know what his name is. It's Sizlexky or something like that. It's in the video. You'll be able to see it. That was released about an hour ago. So check that out. That you won't find any other mentions of a 540-degree triangle anywhere. And also known as a great circle or a straight line. Whichever way you want to look at it. I think the flat earthers call it the equator. I don't think the flat earthers call it a 540-degree triangle. I don't think many of the dogmatic globe guys actually know about it. So you could surprise them with that. Just, and you know, heads up on the globe geometry. Dogmatic globe geometry. We went over to the 24/7 flat earthers again this morning because we're having well, we're trying to 69 the real globe, and that is do some measurements that have been talked about for quite a long time within these hallowed halls of conversations avenues. I mean, they go from one thing to the other, you know, Coriolis and the topics, all sorts of things. No proof, no arguments, but they talk about these things a lot. Now, one of the stated claims that we've been talking about a lot is this 69 miles, because I think in order for us to come together, because there's a lot of division going on in reality at the minute, right? You've got the false dichotomy. You've got the flat earthers attacking flat earthers. You've got the, obviously, Peter with the dogmatic globe, and he's flipping over to flat earth. And you've got Jaren, who used to be a flat earther, and he's now flipped over to the dogmatic globe. And we've decided that, you know, it's about time everybody could come together on something that does actually happen in reality. And we can all check these sort of things in reality. So there's no need for anybody to point fingers at anybody else and say, you're lying, or, you know, like when we ask people, have you ever done that? I mean, you're making claims about things, but have you ever done it? Well, this is one of the things that we can actually do for ourselves. We here at On The Level have done a lot of stuff, and it was in the past, a few years ago, mainly, yeah. We've not really done much on the money at the minute, but I mean, Under the Horizon, Bedford Level, Robotham, we've been and done the Wallace. We've been to the beach. We've done sight tests to see whether you can measure a 1 degree arc angle over 500 meters, for instance. That was one of the claims that was made from. So we've been testing people's claims, and it came to us that this 69 miles and 1 degree change of an angle to Polaris is something that you can actually do to, verify a claim made in reality for yourself. So that's what we're on about doing now. We're trying to find a way. Well, I mean, we can do it, but that's not, bringing people together. So we're trying to drum up a bit of support. Hopefully we'll be able to bring Jaren and McToon, and we've been trying with the flat earthers to try and have conversations with the flat earthers to drum up a bit of support to get them involved in it as well. But they seem like they don't really want to be involved in it, and I can't understand, because if people are, we are all living in reality. So that was the idea of talking to people about, starting to push this. Let's come together and do it. At some point, we're going to have a word with Dave Weiss to see whether we can get the blue dots in action. Maybe even see if Dave can get some sort of an angle measuring device put on his app to see whether people could just do it for wherever they are and check that these latitudes are a real thing. So, as always, the Discord is open. You might need to fill out a thing, and that will be verified in order for us, for you to come. But you are free to come in and come into the Discord and comment on any of these things. Okay, so I did a recording. It's a 2-hour recording, so it might take a bit for us to get through it. I like to go over these sort of things. So, conversation that we had this morning. I'll have to swap the things over for you guys, won't I? Change stream. I think that. Yeah, did you like the opening song? I mean, not many people have probably heard it. Globjic. Yeah, we had a word with Flatsoid last night. Did anybody hear that? I mean, I don't know whether my audience is the same as Flatsoid's. Probably not, but, on the off chance, did anybody see that conversation? I tried to have a conversation with Flatsoid about Logos. He didn't seem to understand. Not a similar sort of idea. We know, that Logos to me is a logical method that helps you derive truth. And using that method, there is a way to find God. So, Flatsoid didn't see that. He didn't see that how there is a way for you to be able to understand reality through this truth-finding method of logic. Flatsoid wasn't bothered about it. It was shocking, really. But from that, I guess, we know that the logic, the argument, is being done away with. There's, in the future, the sad future that we seem to have at the minute, there's a lack of logic and they seem to be okay with it. They seem to want it. People like Flatsoid, they want Logos to put Logos into a book, the Bible, and does want to disregard any logic or any understanding of logic, which does seem silly, to derive truth. But I guess they found another way. Maybe there's maybe you can gain truth through rhetoric in modern day times. Who knows?
Yeah, revealed his dogmatic belief system, I think, really. He was not prepared to understand that another individual might have a totally different experience of life, and signs and guidance along the way comes in many forms. And he kind of seemed to think that if it wasn't by the form that he recognizes, then it's madness. He called you insane
He did, yeah.
for recognizing, within your experience certain. Well, he says he has voices. He has somebody whispers to him, and you hadn't experienced that. It wasn't your thing, but your truth has come through other things in other ways. Maybe a conversation that led you to look somewhere, to look deeper into something. Those are kind of logos moments, and yeah, he seemed to fail to see that somebody else could experience something different that didn't come from a book, that wasn't laid out that it must be this way, it must be a male, it must be according to what was written down in the book. And couldn't see that the word logos could be a spoken word, it doesn't have to be a written word. Many of the old cultures were passed down by word of mouth, through stories and songs, and not through any written history. Many of the great civilizations weren't developed on a written history, passed down from generation to generation through songs and stories, things like that. So I think he missed the point. I think he missed to actually experience logos in the moment. However, that might have arrived for him. And maybe it did. Maybe it did arrive for him in another way, and he'll come to see it, the value of the conversation.
I don't
Anyway,
think so.
that was my feeling about it.
Yeah. I was hoping, because, like I say, I've been guided by Logos all the time since I've been here. Most people can't see the enthymeme in the method, but hopefully they will. Hopefully the people that can see it are the ones that are going to be able to pick up on it. And maybe it's not meant for people that aren't and can't see it, which seems to be Flatsoid at the minute. He seems to be shut off to any form of logic or argument. We listened to Nathan Oakley today, and Nathan Oakley said the same thing. They say they don't need arguments. They don't need to rebut arguments or anything. They're past it. They've given up all belief, and they've got whatever they need now. So I don't know. There are arguments against these claims that are being made, but these guys are beyond them. They don't need to answer to arguments, and that's 2025. That's where we are. I can't personally live like that.
Yeah, they talk freely about logic and logical syllogisms and things like that, but they don't have any of their own. I mean, if they had one of their own that they were basing as a foundation their belief system on, or their knowledge, knowing, I mean, if you have an argument, then hopefully there's some truth is revealed to you there, and you go forward with that foundational truth you stand on, and they don't have any, which is kind of crazy, really, that they haven't yet formulated an argument. I mean, I guess, if you don't know what they are, you don't know the kind of form of them, and most of us don't until you look at it and it dawns on you what they are and how good they are, really. That you'd have thought by now they would have seen the power of an argument give them a firm foundation. So to dismiss other people's arguments as not being valid or not of any interest seems to be the most illogical thing they could think of, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, coming through. Thank you very much.
Yeah, like we were going through this today, and like the difference between deductive reasoning, going from the general to the specific, versus inductive reasoning, going from the specific to the general, and abductive reasoning, which is basically making a guess and then creating a hypothesis. It's very interesting when you start to kind of the branches of reasoning into perspective and understanding that philosophy requires reason, while poetry requires imagination, which is a different thing. And history seems to be bound in memory. So, like this removal of deductive reasoning that you have spoken about in science seems to be a removal of the highest general, which would be the objective truth, God, logos. So no wonder they want to hide God, and make it all inductive based on the specific reason that you have from your perspective. Therefore, the plump up goes down from your side, and then from another person who's 5 meters away, it's a different vertical.
Still vertical, though.
Yeah, but still vertical.
Never not vertical.
No.
Yeah,
Oh.
so I mean, I think the way I look at it, the deductive reasoning and the those sort of deductive proofs, they're arguments that you should make for yourself. Now, yes, they've taken them out of science because science needs to be checked and verified, and the deductive reasoning, because that's a personal type thing for a proof for yourself, because you make these arguments for yourself. You can let other people know about them, and they can sort of derive whatever they want for them, but it's yours. Like, you made the argument, so that it's personal to you for the deductive reasoning. Nobody can take those away from you once you've gained those deductive reasoning proofs. Then it's yours. You've gone on a journey to make that proof, and that's what they've taken out of science. But it doesn't mean that they have to take it out of you as well. Just because people say that there's no proof in science anymore, right? Proof only exists within mathematics. Well, not just mathematics, it's mathematics and logic, because mathematics and geometry is built upon a framework of logical deductive reasoning. Can't take that away from people, can you?
No. And that is kind of the essence of knowledge that you try to convey with words through another being, but the understanding is up to the person you're speaking to.
Yeah, it's
and
a two-way
when they have been kind of
conversation.
indoctrinated into a framework where logic does not exist anymore, like, what are you left with? You're left with poetry and imagination from people like Einstein or whomever wants to create curved straight lines.
Yeah, it's different, right? I can't imagine what it would be like to live without logic. But unfortunately, if I'm ever trying to talk to somebody, like I was trying to talk to Flatsoid last night about, logos and how you derive a truth, I don't seem to be able to communicate. And it's not through my want of trying, because I do want to know how, if you don't use logic, how do you derive a truth? If you have no argument, how do you get a proof for yourself if you can't formulate an argument to get there. And that's what I want to know of people. But it seems like, you know, if you don't have logic, then you don't really have any ability to do the rhetoric to explain how you've derived the truth in the first place. It gets very difficult just having the conversation. So you, in a way, I think you need to be on a similar sort of level, if you will. But what we do here is we call it advanced simplicity. We try and make it as simple as possible. And unfortunately, when we're talking to the people that we talk to, they don't seem to be able to understand the simplicity that we're trying to derive. And not just so we can talk to them, it's so we can talk to everyone. Doesn't matter who you can talk to. I think that what I was talking to Flatsoid about last night, logic, reason, logos, and the way you can derive a truth. Well, that conversation could be had with an atheist. And it would be the same conversation about logic, logos, reasoning, being able to derive a truth. Flatsoid didn't see that. He couldn't see that this logic and reasoning, it's beyond the religion. It encompasses everyone, everything. Every human is supposed to have an ability to reason. It's what God gave us to make us different than the animals and the beasts. An ability to reason. And sadly, seems like it's lost. And it shouldn't be. And I don't think the only way we can get it back is to just communicate. Now, Gilly Pong has just came in here. We have had some great conversations over the last few days, and an influx of some new people with conversation. And as I've said quite a lot of times, every person that comes in and has a conversation, there is a learning experience to be had. And, you know, conversations should progress knowledge, not stunt it. And any muting or over talking just seems really difficult, and it seems like it carries the conversation backwards, particularly when people try to misrepresent what you've said. I mean, you know, mute you, and which is what you're gonna hear in the conversation that we had earlier today. But again, these are conversations to explain about, I guess, how conversation is becoming in 2025, and how we have to be able to bring these conversations back again. Sadly, Flatsoid didn't pick up on, you know, what I was trying to tell him, because the conversations that we have go much further than the flat earth, globe earth thing. And, you know, sadly, they seem to have called themselves out of it. And you'll hear that these 24/7 guys, we've been banned from another one of their servers, because they're all over the place now, these 24/7 guys. We got banned just for listening. Oh, Bobby's in again. Welcome, Bobby.
And it seems...
Go on, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I was muted. Yeah. Yeah, like, if we are making a metaphysical ball that we need to ping to get a pong, referencing my kind of name. Like, if you ping, I will pong. And if we are pinging that ball or using a tennis racket to, you know, other metaphysical thing that we have now in our mind, that is hitting the ball, and we don't have the objective absolute truth that pongs it back, which is the, you know, the encapsulator of the laws of logic, In the same way, when you're kind of communicating with yourself with morality, for instance, like what is the right moral thing to do in a current situation. I think like when you are applying logic to that, you are appealing to God in a way. And by removing God out of the equation, especially in the school programs, and indoctrinating people into listening to men that are constantly shifting the game, like we talked about the chess game. Like there are rules that you have to follow to be able to become good at chess. You can't just be a pigeon coming on the chessboard and flipping all the men around and shitting on the board and think you have won anything, which seems to be kind of the debate as it is today, like pigeons trying to play chess. So I feel like the rug has been pulled for a lot of people in the world. But what we are speaking of is written on our hearts. And I don't think you're fighting a losing battle in any way, even though you can see the people that are muting and they are trying to flick the ball away instead of giving it a pass back, because there is something going on in the human soul or consciousness that is making them do these things and blocking and banning. This is also a new element in reality. You couldn't block people from your lives when I was young, but now you can do that through social media. You can, or through your phone, you can block a number, you can block a person, and it seems to be an act of violence, in my opinion. And violence breeds more violence. If you apply logic to that, that's why violence is an ignorant thing to follow in life.
I'd say
So
that
you
when
see,
I was a kid, I never had chance to talk to Americans. So swings and roundabouts, right? Like not as easy as like we are now. We're just talking from people in different countries as though there's no time delay or anything. Like we didn't have that when I was a child. So I know that my kids are going through a completely different upbringing than I ever could. And what they've got to go off is the internet of today, and they have to experience conversations like I had with Flatside, where he assumes that everybody is there to debate him, and he just calls them cowards if they don't. There's a there's a strange behaviour that comes from all of that in modern day society. I don't know how we're going to get it back. I honestly don't. Because I think there's more. There's definitely more people that are like that. They enjoy that sort of stuff rather than the reason conversation. So
yeah, but you can use analogies and rhetoric, and I think you can, use parables, like the seed that you put on the ground, for instance. You can try to plant it in a fertile ground. And that is a certain individual, in my opinion. Like you can plant a seed in a fertile ground and it grows and brings a lot of fruit. Or, yeah. But you can also plant seeds on, you know, concrete, but they don't really plant. They just wither out and die. You can try to plant seeds in water and they drown and they don't sprout unless maybe they go to the bottom and sprout by a miracle. But you see what I mean? Like you can use parables and rhetoric to be able to make something incredibly complex simple for people. And I think the ones who are willing to hear or have the ears to hear, they will hear, even though they're few. And it spreads out because logic is infectious. People are striving for a meaning, I believe, in today, especially today, where medical sciences have gone so off track. and it's become something horrible that is causing people to be sick, and be customers and be victims even. So I think this is an honorable task to perform, and I think a lot of people are looking for honor and meaning in life.
Yeah, see, one of the things I was talking to Flatsoid about last night was Logos. And I particularly told him that Euclidean geometry, being a perfect axiomatic system, is pure logic. You cannot get any purer logic than geometric logic from Euclid, from the base, the axiomatic system. And Flatsoid didn't even understand that there was definitions involved within this axiomatic system. He literally didn't understand. People keep going back to the chessboard, right? The chessboard has pieces. It has a structure of rules, the axioms, that involve the way that you can move the pieces, the amount of pieces, the different ways that you can use them things. But that's all you have. You don't have anything else. And that's why geometry is also an axiomatic system. You are given the definitions, the postulates, and the axioms. And then all of the propositions are the proofs and the series of proofs that build upon proof on proof on proof. Much like a chess match. You start off with your pieces and you can only move the ones within a set system. Flatsoid didn't even understand that. He didn't know what geometry actually was. And if Flatsoid doesn't know that geometry is a perfect axiomatic system to show us how to use logic, then how does Flatsoid know how to make an argument? How does he know how to construct it from the ground up, from first principles? I would suggest he doesn't. Now, that's not me worshipping Euclid. It's me knowing the underlying structure of the logic that's been given to us by far cleverer people. Now, the structure is very simple. The logical steps can be followed very easily up to a certain point, and there are many lessons within that logical understanding from the beginning, to the first proposition, the first understanding of how to make an equals, how to do that. But it's within a logical structure, not like mathematical with numbers. This is something that's different. Flatsoid, and I think not just Flatsoid, there's a lot of people that don't understand the underlying structure of how we all use logic daily. And Euclidean geometry, to me, gives you that understanding, but it takes a little bit more thought. We were lucky enough to have a guy called Raven that came around. I do hope he's still around, but God rest his soul if he's not. He's taught me a lot. He brought us a system of logic, but not just the system of logic. He brought us the trivium and showed us how these words are structured right from the beginning. The structure of the word and the identity, and how these are all fundamental understandings to build a framework of truth upon. It was a structure that was used by ancients for thousands of years. It was a structure that was given to people so that they had a knowing, right? In the background, you gain a knowledge that there is a higher power, something greater than you, through this structure of logic. People don't have that anymore. It's been taken away. And people without a logical understanding, sorry to say it, but you're easily fooled. If you can't spot a contradiction, you don't know what a contradiction is and how to find it, then likelihood you're not going to see it. And if you can't see a contradiction, then you can be fooled by lots of things. Mainly by your emotions. You'd be ruled by your emotions rather than logic.
This is very connected to something that I use when I'm talking to people about the understanding technology. And there are tiers when you're trying to analyze your computer and try to figure out why it doesn't have network. And there's a tier from the computer itself to the router, from the router to the internet service provider or the antenna, and from the antenna to the internet service provider, so to speak. And from there to the server. So you can use tools in your computer to try to analyze the axioms of the laptop or the computer you're using. But if we skip over to the chess game and we apply the chess game, then there's a tier from the keyboard or from the chess game to the back of the chair, which is a carbon-based problem. And people usually, when they get it, they laugh. They think it's a little funny because that's a tier of the knowledge of the person and how to fix their computer. And in the chess game, you can be Magnus Carlsen, the best chess player in the world. And then you can be a novice that is a 6-year-old who barely just understands the rules. And that's the tier between the chessboard and the back of your chair. You. And an angry chess player is not a very good chess player. So if we apply that to the people that are muting and banning and blocking and talking over and using anger-based rhetoric to destroy the person, that wouldn't work very well if you're playing in a chess championship. Punching the other individual is not going to work very well. You're going to be excluded from the match and you're going to be forfeit and you're going to be out of the game or out of the championship. So that's why chess, for me, when I was angry or had a low self-esteem, for instance, I felt like if I was bad at the game I was playing in chess, I was devastated. I felt so stupid and so small. And that's the venue you're in when you're debating people, and that's why they get angry, because you are good at playing the chess game, because you have actually applied an understanding to the objective reality, which is the chess game, which are the rules of the game, how to move the pieces. And then you understand, like, if you can read many books on being good at chess, but still the rules are always persistent and the same.
Yeah, the game is afoot, let's say. But at the minute, all we're interested in is establishing us a way for everyone to come together. It doesn't matter what model you have in your mind. These 69 miles and their 1 degree change is something that can be verified in reality. It's going to make you challenge what you know about things. And feel free to jump in whenever you're listening to this. You guys that maybe you've not been in here, I have a live stream showing it. That is for what I'm going to be playing. So if you're in the Discord, click on my screen and watch it, and then you'll be able to hear what's going on. If I'm go a little bit quiet, it's because we're going over a conversation that me and Elder Bear had this morning in the politics Discord server in the 24/7 Flat Earth room. Right, you guys ready? Let me know if you can hear this on the in the YouTube.
That's correct. So if you can
you all hear
find the
that?
curvature of the Earth and you can follow it, that's how far the laser should be above your
Australian.
head if the curve is there as claimed.
Okay.
Everyone good?
Makes sense?
All right. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And then you're
Everyone good? YouTube good? Discord good? Everyone can hear that, can you? It's an
Good on
Australian
my
guy.
end.
Okay, so the idea with this is that we've got a test that you can do, but only, and it's only available if you can see Polaris. I'm unaware of a method, and we've been asking the flat earthers this for a bit, how they can become involved in it. If anybody else has any other idea about how the people in the south can become involved in this, because like I say, we want everyone, whatever model you've got, dogmatic globe, flat earth, real globe, you know, we just live in reality, concave, or it doesn't matter. You can do this, providing you can measure an angle and, you know. But if you do it, right, you will have one up on most of the flat earthers that we've talked to, because they've never done it. Nathan Oakley's never measured an angle to Polaris, yet he claims it measured flat. Big claim for somebody that's never done a measurement of an angle, considering that's how he proves that the Earth's flat. Measured flat, even. Right, so we're trying to get the people involved in it, but it's only available for Polaris. And in this particular room, Flat Earth 24/7, there's a lot of Australians. So mainly we were trying to find out, because I don't live in the south, I don't know. I can just measure an angle to Polaris and derive latitude, apparently. But it's not open for these people in the south, right? So you'd expect them to have some sort of a method. So here we go.
telling me you went.
Hold on.
Somebody
Oh,
here
whoa.
went out.
Oh, go on.
I got to shout out the Hawk real quick. Anytime I hear Polaris, I think of the Hawk. I just got to shout him out. I'm sorry.
Must say,
Yeah,
I think I wrote a thing a bit ago, and thanks for reminding me. I did say that I never wanted to actually go over the Polaris thing, because I know Sean Hawkins, the Hawkster. This is his baby. He invented the angles to Polaris. Nobody measured angles to Polaris before Sean Hawkins. So I must note that the Polaris challenge that Sean Hawkins gave, and that may be one of the reasons why they don't want to go for this, because obviously they would have to bring Sean Hawkins into it, and he's a formidable foe for any flat earther. So shout out Sean Hawkins, and shout out, we're not trying to take your challenge. All we're trying to do is verify that people can measure a 69-mile distance between an angle change of 1 degree to Polaris. So, yeah, sorry, Sean, we're not trying to take away your Polaris challenge. Hopefully we can get some people to direct to Sean Hawkins. Thank you very much, NORAD. I know you've been a long time Hawk fan.
Yep, and Hawk, and I wouldn't let him do it either. So trust me, we're not doing it.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we're just trying to talk about establishing an angle, really, to start off with. So
tested these based on these calculations, and they found
That's
it to
what
be
those
false.
laser tests do.
Okay.
So they go out there and they shoot that straight line across. So that dotted line that you see there, that's somebody doing a laser test. So they'll shoot that dotted line, they'll put in their HO, how high they are, and then they'll go down the other end. So whether it's 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, they'll go down the other end and they'll measure how high the laser is off the water, and they'll write that down, and then they'll come back to the Earth curve calculator and they'll check out their numbers. The Earth curve calculator will say, this is what's supposed to happen, and then in reality they'll say, well, this is what is happening.
Okay. All right. I mean, this is the first link of the Earth curve calculator. You're saying it's a reliable source, right? It's reliable, accurate.
Well, if you don't like this one, there's a whole truckload of them. I just use this one because right up the top, see where it's got in units, you can click metric or imperial.
Yeah, I see that.
Even after you've put the information in, you can click the button and it converts it over for you.
Well, I mean, that's simple
Yeah,
programming. Nothing too impressive.
Even without the Earth curve calculator, if you're any good at math and you know that radius, the 3959 miles, which you can go and research for yourself, you can work this out for yourself, yeah?
Right, so the picture that he's been talking about, I got it from the thing. I'll put it up on the screen here now. This is one of those things. I call it a Wittgenstein type deal. And if you're unaware, Wittgenstein was he was a philosopher that depended on a lot on the word, and how the correct usage of the word and the structure of the word. He said that if you weren't going to say anything logical, then it wasn't worth saying it, which I can sort of go along with that. But what this is it says, what is a black swan? Now, if anybody knows what a black swan is, it's Karl Popper put it into the scientific method, and in order for you to make a statement that all swans are white within science, so you make an all claim, and then it's up to the scientific method or the scientific test to derive that the all statement isn't true. So expressed by the all swans are white statement being falsified by a black swan. So you say, somebody says all swans are white, you say this swan here is black, therefore the statement that you have made about all swans being white is falsified by this one black swan. Now, that's what the black swan actually is. But these guys over there at Flat Earth Central are swayed by an argument that one of their other friends made, a fallacious modus tollens. But they want to now use these words to convey a message. So it says at the top of the page, what is a black swan? And they say, a black swan is a photographic or observational evidence that shows the horizon behind an object that is beyond the physical geometric horizon of a sphere. That's what a black swan is. Completely changed the meaning within this narrative of flat Earth. So if the flat earthers are willing to change the understanding of what a black swan is from a logical thing into a picture that QE's presents for a fallacious modus tollens, you're sort of trapped, because you might not know what a black swan actually is. This might be your introduction to black swans, having flat earthers tell you this. And obviously it's fallacious. They're trapping you within their own narrative that they've made. So somebody with a really bad understanding of what a black swan is, and a really fixated view on what a fallacious modus tollens is, they're trying to drive people into a misunderstanding at step one. You've lost the identity of what a black swan is. It's now been linked to a ridiculous picture and a fallacious modus tollens. It says the distances involved are based on a mathematical geometric calculation that uses the radius of the sphere and the observer's height. The calculation is an accepted and proven mathematical formula. So they're validifying the mathematics that QE's given in his fallacious modus tollens. Never trust a flat earther, particularly with a meme. So, it's up to you. I mean, if you want to try and use their narrative that they're giving you for the argument that they're going to give you, but they're not going to give you an argument because they can't have arguments. No logic. we'd soon shift it off that topic anyway.
What do you mean I can work this out by myself? I have the. Well, I mean I can do it
Well, it'd
manually,
be one
obviously,
point.
but I have this calculator, handy calculator.
Yeah, that's right. But if you don't want to rely on that calculator, like you
I
said,
get
how
what
can I rely on this? As
right.
long as you've got that radius value, you could do those equations yourself and work that out.
I see what you're saying. Like trust it, verify it for myself. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and if you want to, I can provide you in the text chat my doing exactly that from scratch.
Well, you did
And
this.
if you want,
You did this.
let me show you. So this, hang on. These three, this is my work. What you saw earlier, I think, or the other guy saw
Let's see if I
earlier.
can get this
Yes,
screen
I see
over.
this. Yeah.
And so is this. All from scratch.
Okay, I'm only seeing. Okay, now I see it. 6 things. Okay, 6 things.
The second one, they're kind of interrelated, but the first one is what we were talking about earlier, and what Matrix just walked you through. Get the same number, right? You got 1.22 something. Well, if you look on page 3 of that first block, 1.22 something. Same thing, and it's done.
Okay.
So what they've got in there is a guy who's wrote out a load of mathematical formulas on a sheet in order to derive, I don't know, maybe a model. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. I see quite a few people doing this sort of stuff. It's baffling to anybody that's coming in here because it is just a mathematical understanding, and obviously if you've ever done any Euclidean geometry or whatever, especially in the later stages of it, it gets into the mathematics of spheres and formulas and sine and cosine, tangent, you know, all of these functions of circles, pi, and all of that. So that is often a bit off-putting for anybody that's coming, but in the underlying formulation of mathematics, there is a deeply embedded logical structure that should be able to be talked about and walked people through if the understanding of mathematics and geometry is there in the underlying level, because you want to be explaining it to people, not just throwing pages of mathematical formulas at people that most people can't really understand or whatever. It takes a little bit to go over. That's what this guy's doing. Now this guy is I don't know, I think we've talked to him a fair bit before. It's that milk or whatever.
Milk. Yeah.
Is it milk? Yeah,
with Mike or Mick or milk
bread. Yeah.
He's got a loaf of bread. And I'm not quite sure what it is.
Yeah.
He tends to drop in and kind of almost translates what somebody else has said. Said, "Oh, they must have made a mistake. I think what they really meant."
Yeah.
And when he was actually agreeing with them, yeah, he's a fixer.
So, isn't this a logical fallacy also, which is the map is not the territory?
Yeah, I mean, it's just mathematics, and like anybody can do mathematics out of a sphere or a cube or a triangle. Anyone can do that. It doesn't, you know, it sort of, you're reifying it into a model, but the mathematics is mathematics. It's not going to prove anything, and I don't know how you'd relate it to a model that you wanted to do it. You basically you know, showing off really that you can do mathematics. It's not a big deal really. It within the structure of this argument, especially, I mean, they're only in a 24/7 Discord room. I mean, why are you waving around pages of mathematical formulas about stuff? It's not going to help you really. But yeah, at least you know that there are going to be people in there that have this mathematical structure. But then you have to also take the fact that they're not going to listen to anything that you say. which is a bit,
Okay. No,
Yeah.
in other conversation, you'll hear something about 8" per mile squared, 8" per mile squared. The second block is my derivation starting just from a equation of a circle, right? We learned that in high school. And
Yep.
then I apply a little bit of calculus, which is a little bit more sophisticated and stuff, but this is how you fit the parabola, so you can get a simplified equation like 8" per mile squared, right? 8x squared, right? To approximate it. And that's where that comes from. All from scratch. So if you want to walk through it, take your time, whatever, step by step, do some research on whatever you don't understand.
I understand it. We've done the calculation. I mean, I think the only next step for me is just how do I do this? Like, how do I test this for myself? Like, do I have to do this on water or what? Can I do this on land?
I think that's a hard question, because not all land is actually level and flat.
So then how do I gain an accurate measurement? How do I know, how do I confirm this for myself?
Take a body of water. Yeah.
Long range observations. But the hard bit is, let's just imagine you go out to the beach one day. You're standing there, you're looking out, it's a beautiful, calm, smooth day. And you sit there to yourself and you go, gee whiz, I wonder how far the horizon is. Unless you've got a tape measure handy, that's a really long one, you're not really going to find out. So
it's one of my pet peeves. You cannot measure a distance to the horizon. It's an apparent position, therefore does not have a location. You cannot measure a distance to the horizon. No matter if somebody's put it in an argument that if the Earth is a sphere, then you can measure it a distance to the horizon. QE, thank you very much. It's impossible. You can't. But again, this guy's just said you can get a long tape measure and do it. I've heard loads of people say that. They've never done it, right? These guys that once again are telling you that you can do things, they have never done it for themselves, ever. Just a claim that these people make for something they cannot do for themselves, and they won't do.
So you need something that's out of fair way that you can take measurements off of.
Right.
So if you had,
something
say,
that can calculate
like
the
a lighthouse, for example. So say there was a lighthouse on an island, and you know from the beach to the lighthouse is, I'm just going to throw a number, 10 miles. So if you know it's 10 miles, but yet you can see the horizon behind the lighthouse, you know that the horizon's outside of 10 miles.
Okay.
See what I mean?
I think
So
I have a
you've
simpler
got
technique.
something that's consistent. You've got that feature of the lighthouse. We know the lighthouse is 10 miles away, but we're not still sure how far the water goes. The horizon is behind that. So you can use that as a rough indicator to work it out.
I think I have even a simpler technique. You know those lasers where you just shoot them and they give a distance? What do you think? What do you think about those? Would that work?
They're not bad, but the problem is they've got to hit something.
Got to hit something. The laser. Because you can get a laser to bounce back. And at time, the length of the beam takes to get... You can't do that. It's not how it works. But, you know, these guys think you can. You can point a laser at something and it'll tell you how long the beam of light is. Nope. Doesn't happen. Once again, flat earthers, can you point a laser at the horizon? Measure how far? I've got a laser measure here. It has a clicking noise. It works on sonic. But, you know, they may be new ones that flat earthers know about. Measure the length of a beam of light.
Okay. I wonder if like we just take a boat, go like 10 miles, put a big ass fence or something, and then shoot that laser, and then boom, like would that work?
Here's another thing you could do. If you've got a friend with a boat, you can park at the beach one day when it's nice and flat, or if you can find a really big lake, grab yourself some nice binoculars or a nice camera. You sit at one side and get them to turn on the GPS, and you just track it and go 5 miles, 6 miles, 7 miles, and when they disappear, tell them to pull up. And if they've disappeared outside of that range, it's like, hang on a minute, that shouldn't have happened.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've done something similar to this for myself in reality, where we had a shoreline, a beach, and 10 kilometres across was the opposite shoreline. Now, on a good day, I sit out there with my camera on a tripod about 6 foot above or 5 foot above the water, and I could see that shoreline on the other side. I could see the waves breaking, I could see people, etc. Yeah. Now, that what I was seeing should have been 7 meters below my eye line.
How did he know it should have been 7 meters below his eye line? I mean, it wasn't. He said he could see it. Does that make any sense? For you to tell somebody that you could see something, but what you were looking at should have been 7 meters below. Is that a convincing argument for anyone to say? I would say not. But this is how flat earthers convince people that, you know, they can see something. So if they can see something, it seems to make some sort of an argument for them. Construct a valid frame of reference, particularly for measurements, just being able to see things. I don't know.
All right.
I shouldn't have been seeing beaches. I should have been seeing the tops of trees and buildings. Yeah.
Okay.
Not waves breaking on the shore. There's a 7 meter discrepancy.
All right. Yeah, you gave me some good ideas to test the GPS thing, and I gotta find a boat, bro. I don't got many friends, so I gotta find somebody. I forgot a way to do this. It's actually really interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm in college. I mean, they teach us a lot of shit like electrons. I don't even know if they exist. I just been told they exist. Just a lot of shit. We're expected to learn, and you know, a little fright. Can you just? This is interesting, but I'm a little tired. Can you explain that again?
Okay, I'm going to use atoms. Yeah, because I know more about atoms than electrons, but someone else may be able to jump in as well. But an example, the atom. Yeah, they can't actually see an atom. They can't, as an example, and then they'll say, well, an interaction occurring, and then they claim that that's what it is. So when
a super powerful magnoscope, and I zoom in super far, I won't see these little circles, these little circles with these little things spinning around them. If I zoom in far enough,
of an atom
transfer electrons.
What you're saying is that we have powerful enough microscopes to see the transference of electrons,
like the forms of energy that's.
I'm skipping through this.
Try
Nobody
and
wants
stop
to know
learning
about
hub.
flat earthers talking about electrons. How long was it quiet for? Quite a bit, I take it.
Yeah, and what he just said, yeah, they give us the narrative so that we got something to believe and think about, yeah, but doesn't necessarily mean it's true. I suppose your question about the electron is valid if it's not something that can be seen.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, a lot of this is just modeling.
Curvature.
Yeah. Yeah, but in some ways, you know, like this modeling and stuff that they do with, you know, subatomic sort of, like, you know, atomic structure and like
they always
molecules
sound
and all
a
that.
little
Like
bit
it's a convention, and they.
That may just be.
I guess they're able to like use it to some degree to like for practical purposes. But you'll never find yourself in a situation where you'll go, oh shit, I forgot to account for Earth curve. Oh shit, I forgot to account for Earth rotation. Right?
Never.
Never will you find yourself in a situation like that.
Nah, never, none of this shit. But I'm just questioning all this shit that I believe that I've just been fed and never
anything that you've been told.
How long was it before you started?
Why don't you just hit him up in DMs, bro?
Oh, here we go. Sorry, I must have missed that.
Yeah, it just went quiet for a while, and then has Jardo left now?
Here we go.
Jardo.
Why don't you just hit him up in DMs, bro?
He's not on my DMs. I don't have his, connection for that. He just seemed to have the numbers, so I was going to ask him a question.
Yeah.
From the view of a geocentrist.
Oh. There's such
Maybe
thing as like
searching
for people.
Yeah, well, maybe you have a value for the
Let's see if he posted anything in the side chat, did he? Hang on a sec. I'll ping him.
Oh, you wouldn't have a value yourself then? Or anybody. I mean, is anybody? AJ, do you have a value?
There you go. There you go. I tagged him in the side chat for you, right? So now I tagged him in the side chat for you. So you click on that and it brings up his profile. And then you click on the three dots, or it's just got the options there, message, voice call, video call. So just message, right? Click on message and then see if his DMs are open, right? And you can write him a little message and ask him.
Never mind. Yeah, well,
never mind.
now.
Never mind. It's not that important. I don't really want to know.
Oh, well, maybe you could answer me, or somebody else could while I'm here. Maybe you.
Why would I answer for him?
Well, you don't. So it's not a common thing then. It's not a common.
Are you asking the question because Jardo presented something that you wanted to question him? Because I have no idea what you're talking about.
Jardo was talking about specific numbers, so I figured he might have the number. But you agreed with him, so maybe you have the number too. AJ.
You couldn't be more specific. Thanks for the clarity.
I'm just being specific, but you jumped on me. So AJ, would you have
Which
a value?
Number?
Circumference of the equator on flat Earth.
On flat Earth? No, I wouldn't have a value for that.
Why would that be?
Well,
here's a question. I don't know if there is any flat earthers watching us now. Does any of the flat earthers have a value for the circumference of the equator on the flat Earth? And if you're thinking now, do I have a value of circumference of the equator on my flat Earth? Ask yourself, why not? Why don't you? Because you should have. It's 2025. We've been in this a long time. You should have some sort of values for the thing that you're claiming to be true. As particularly if you want to ask somebody else for proof about something that they are living on. In reality, you've got to have something to hold your proof up against. Surely. This guy, AJ, one of the leaders of the 24/7 Flat Earth group, doesn't know. He hasn't got a clue. How far? What's the distance on the flat Earth between the equator and the North Pole on the flat Earth model? He doesn't know. Not got a clue. Weird.
I don't exactly know the shape and the distance and size of the flat Earth. Yeah, I don't claim that it's any type of shape. I don't claim it's any type of shape, or etc. Yeah,
but the equator is a circle, though, isn't it? It's a circle of equal altitude.
Well, then I'd be claiming a shape at the end of the day, so I don't know.
Well, no, you'd just be saying that, yes, it's a circle.
Have you measured it yourself?
Imaginary.
So, here we go. AJ, flat earther, 24/7 guy, has just given up the circle of equal altitude. Well done. We're going backwards here. This is not a progression forwards of progressing our arguments. This is a backwards step, which shouldn't be the way we're going. Now, I don't know whether these guys are just saying this because it's Elder Bear or me or whoever, you know. I don't know whether they say this to everyone that asks them about these sort of claims, or whether when we're not there, they talk a load of shit and say other things. But for some reason, the head flat earthers over there are not willing to put a shape to anything now, particularly the circles of equal altitude, particularly the circle of equal altitude of 0, which is their measured flat claim.
Right.
Have you measured it yourself?
Well, so I'm asking what it would be, the value would be. I mean, it has been measured.
How would we measure it?
Wait. But how's it's been measured? Wait, how do you measure imaginary things?
What are we defining it as?
That's how measurements are made. That's how navigation is done, and on land, sea, and in the air, based on these distances in real time, in reality.
Saving lives at sea, vital component. These measurements have to be known. People have been drawing circles of equal altitude to find their location for years. 10th Man taught them this. They're giving it up. Why would they be wanting to do that? What's going on?
How are we going to measure this? And what are we defining as the equator?
Well, for the it would be defined from the radius.
What?
What?
Well, if the equator is a circle, all right, of a given value,
so it's starting with a presupposition.
No, it's what's used in reality.
Well, so we're starting with the presupposition that that it has to be a circle, yeah?
Well, in both models, it is a circle, isn't it?
Well, no.
What's this?
The Elderbear. I think I can remember saying to you that this is just a distance, isn't it? It's, like what you're after here is a distance from the North Pole to the equator. A straight line distance, obviously, a measured flat distance. But nobody says you have to make a circle, right? You can make a circle from each of the endpoints. You can put your compass on each of the endpoints and make 2 circles if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that I'd spoken to Jardo before, and he's given me the distance from the North Pole to the equator.
Yeah.
He's given me the 1 degree angle of 69 miles. He's given me the radius. What I was after was somebody to give me a number for the circumference. And given that they measure these 1 degree angles to Polaris and derive circles of equal elevation.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that these guys now are having a go at you because you've made that distance into a circle of equal altitude. And they're saying, how did you get a circle, huh? How did you say it was a circle? Yeah. It's just a distance. Well, you put a circle there, obviously, because it's a circle of equal altitude.
Exactly, yeah.
But these guys, they're having a go at you because you said circle, which is, it's like I think I say in a bit, it's shit sophistry is what I call it. It's really shit sophistry. because they don't know of the argument and what they're trying to do. They're just attempting to play this sophistry game. But I mean, it's a circle. Like, how do you make it a circle? Well, it is a circle of equal altitude on the flat Earth map, because 10th Man's been talking about it for years. Can't get away from it that easily.
Yeah, it's just collated data that that I've amassed from exactly what these guys have been saying.
Yeah.
That's all. It's just what they've said. I've taken note of it, remembered what they said, and then found something that doesn't add up, and now I need to ask a question. Say, hang on, if this, and you say that, how? It's basically that, Yeah. But now they're kind of denying it's ever been done, anybody ever said it or anything, which is quite remarkable.
Yeah, Palkeys is in the YouTube chat, and he's saying, isn't the circumference the same as their globes? Otherwise the maths wouldn't work. Well, that's the thing we're talking about. We are talking to flat earthers about mathematics and their understanding of their model, that they've been dealing with the circles of equal altitude and how you find your location through celestial navigation, that 10th Man has run every one of the flat earthers through for years. But now, because we're asking them questions, they're giving them up. It's an ignorant about it.
Might as well. Good evening to you all.
Hot Mike?
It's a difficult...
Palkeys? Yeah, all right, go on. Sorry.
It's a difficult approach, because, if they were honest, they said, yes, that is what we say. I've heard many flat earthers say that the circumference of the equator is the same as that on the globe, but it feels like in the moment you need somebody to commit to it, because if I say that, they'll say, where'd you get that from? Well, you never said that. And so it's a strange little game. You kind of almost got you need somebody to give you this value, so you say, okay, right, let's move on from there. We have this
as
number,
expressed with the circle thing before, right? Because you said circle or radius, then they were like, we haven't said that. Where'd you get that from? So what you have to do in these conversations is you have to get them to make the claim, and I think they've become wise. The flat earthers are never going to make claims anymore. It's going to become difficult, increasingly more difficult for them to do this. And it's becoming more and more obvious. I think, Elderbear, you're sort of becoming wise to there's an extra level of rhetoric that's needed, isn't there?
There is, yes. Yeah. And sometimes like say, maybe it is just you or I. And I think, we have particularly, pissed in their porridge, really, and they're a bit cautious about what they say around us, I guess. So, but it's
this is fundamental stuff, right?
Down the road, it should be fundamental. Yes, it should be, and for truthers wanting to seek the truth, you'd think this would be an easy one. Yeah, we've got to this far. Now we don't know what's beyond that. We could give you that. We've got this far, and we haven't got any further. We're working on it. Have you got any ideas? But now they don't even want to say that they've done the things that they say they have done previously.
Yeah.
Isn't it also like Elderberry? Like they're playing the chess game, and you're coming over to, like a friendly ally, and you're pointing at the chess, and you're saying your bishop is vulnerable, and maybe you should try to defend him. You know, but they think you're playing a game on the other side, then you're the opponent. It's so strange.
Yes, they're kind of in a defensive, aggressive move at the same time. And I think they've trained themselves for that as well. And I think when you're in that moment, like you're saying, with your mindset when you're playing chess, if you're angry, you're tense, so you won't make the right decision. And I think that in those moments that they're, in this defensive aggression, that they're not really hearing what you say half the time. They're just trying to, bat it away, like you said, not hit it back, ping pong, but they just want to knock it out of the court and say, oh, well, can we have a ball back? No, fuck off. And that's the end.
Yeah.
That's kind of
so sad.
Yeah,
It is.
We've been doing this for years, right? We tried to tell Nathan Oakley about the problem with the east-west circles, and it must have been, I don't know, Elder Bear came probably about 2 years ago, possibly.
Just about now,
really at an interesting time, and
nearly 2.
That's when we were trying to tell Nathan that there's a problem. If you place this north point, you generate problems. If you give that point to the monad, place you've never been, and then start using it, you're going to have problems. And this is where we are. We talked to Jaron, similar sort of thing. Jaron needed to go and see it for himself. Most of these flat earthers are just denying the observation that Jaron saw. But we did try and tell them. We've been warning them about this very problem that is going to expose itself over the next weeks coming. Because, you've not seen the full extent of what this is. Very fundamental understanding of something that happens in reality.
Yeah, and isn't that the most offensive thing that you say? But in reality.
Yeah.
It's like everybody gets really offended when you say that.
Yeah. So if it's not this and it's not that, what is it? And you say reality, and they laugh. They're not experiencing it too. Yeah, but yes. I mean, that's a vulnerable position for a lot of people, to have nothing. If you can live with nothing, and just wander amongst it in wonder, not fixated on anything specific, and just taking it in, but if you're hooked onto something, you lose it, whoever it might be, a person, an idea, or all sorts of things, it can be devastating. You haven't got something to anchor yourself to, but depends how you kind of disciplined your mind, if you like, or your emotions about how you relate to those things. I think whether you can just do that kind of saying about, the mark of a wise man is to hold two separate and opposing ideas and not choose either. Just look at them, ponder, and stand in between it in this mid ground and just say, interesting.
And maybe just fall in love with the only persistent thing, which is change.
Yeah.
Like, what is the shape of a rain shower? You're trying to measure a plant and create a mathematical equation of a plant or a tree. But it's tree-shaped,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carry on.
The model.
Well, on the globe, it's the circumference of the equator is a circle, and on the flat Earth, the circumference of the equator is a circle.
I was saying this to, I think I sent you a message at this time, listening to this. It's a straight line. It's not actually a circle, it's a straight line. You imagine it as a circle because you're locked in a Euclidean framework and you've been given a model. But in reality, it's a straight line. And that may take a bit for everybody to get used to because we're dealing in models and mathematical models. But, well, we'll get around to that.
But he said both models. Can you post the other model?
So that's two models. One was the globe that has a circular equator.
Yeah,
and the
post the flat Earth model.
Also has a circular equator.
Post it.
Yeah, post it post where it comes from. Post its source, please.
What source for what?
For the flat Earth one you're talking about.
Derived from the radius by measuring.
No. You just made a claim about the flat Earth one. right?
Yes.
You made a
Yes.
claim. Yeah. So just post that model and where it comes from. Post its source.
I don't know whether you are the source necessarily, but the source is within this room.
So you've just made up some flat Earth model.
He wasn't talking about tomato sauce.
No, the flat Earth is measured. The Earth is measured flat, isn't it?
Yeah, the ocean is the zero baseline for altitude measurement.
Sorry?
The ocean is the zero baseline for altitude measurements.
Yeah, we're talking about distance measurements.
Okay. And it's measured flat from the zero baseline, and we measure triangles above the zero baseline.
Yeah, you measure angles to Polaris to give you a distance from
Yeah,
the
from
North
a
Pole
flat baseline.
emanating to the
Yeah,
equator
well done.
with concentric circles of latitude that gives a circular equator with equal
Latitude being the
elevation.
flat plane angle.
Okay, that's your claim. That's fine. So you have a
No.
distance.
Can
Then
you
you
just
have a
show?
circle.
Can you just
I mean, the
show
the
a
globe
angle
Earth is
taken
a
from a
straight
curved
line.
baseline?
Sorry? No, I didn't say it
Can you
was.
just show a demonstration of taking this angle from a curved baseline?
On flat Earth? No, I didn't say that. I'm talking about, you did say on flat Earth you'd
No. Hold on.
flat Earth
You're talking
measurement.
about taking an angle.
Hello? Have you gone?
For latitude. Hold on, right? And you're talking up a globe.
You broke up. I missed you. Sorry, you cracked up, and I lost a bit of you.
Can you just show us how that was? Can you show us how that was taken from a curved baseline? You're talking about a
What?
globe and taking latitude, right? You were just talking
No,
latitude.
I think he got a message there that distracted him as he was talking, and he couldn't read and take that on, and that's why he stopped talking. And because he swaps straight round to this angled thing now and goes heavily into this. So I think, like one of their training tactics is if you say X, then they go into this. And he was reminded of that. And that's where this next narrative. See whether you work this. See whether this works from what Elder Bear was saying.
Right.
I was talking about flat Earth then.
You were just talking about latitude, right?
Yes, how it's derived on flat Earth, yes.
No, just how it's derived.
Yes, on flat Earth, that's what
right?
I'm saying.
Or it's only derived with a flat plane.
What? Why are you...
Right, so what you have to take out here is that in reality, these things are measured, but they're just measured in reality. Nobody makes any claims on them. They make maps and they do whatever they do in reality. The claim here is measured flat. Because nobody says that in reality, right? Only the flat earthers. So what's being specifically targeted as we're talking here now is a claim that the flat earthers make that these angles to Polaris are a measured flat claim. Their claim, which they want to sort of drop and deny that they ever made the claim, but they do make that claim. So you have to be aware of the sophistry that's involved. They make a claim measured flat. That is the claim that is being challenged. And we're just trying to devise, Elder Bear's trying to devise, the standards that we can use, the 69 miles, how we actually measure them flat. Very simple claim.
you referencing flat Earth, Elder Tard? You're supposed to
That's
be
what he
proving
asked
how
me.
this is done off
That's
a
what he
board.
asked.
So that was an insult there. He's already lost the narrative. Calling your opponent a tard is only to try and wind you up. It doesn't work. Elderbear's way above that sort of rhetoric.
No,
I asked.
he didn't ask you to reference flat Earth with some bullshit straw man model that you've got imprinted in the back of your stupid head. We want to know how you're getting these points off of a curve. And you've done your best to sidestep it so far.
What points off a curve?
The fucking elevation angles.
Well, when I was relating the circumference to the radius, and on the globe, the equator is a straight line.
And how are these points gathered from a curved baseline?
No, it's derived from a radius. The circumference.
And around in circles we fucking go. And there's your problem with these targets.
Can I get in here? Elder Bear, may I try and summarize this on the assumption that you're trying to revitalize the same conversation or argument that you had maybe about a week ago? Because I think I know where you're going at, and I think everybody's... If I may. Okay, so basically... So check this out, right? Forgive me, correct me if I'm mischaracterizing what's going on here. But basically, a week and a half ago, there was a discussion going on, and the notion of a circumference on the globe of 25,000 miles or kilometers, whatever it is, came up. Okay, and then Elder Bear walked through a little bit of math, showing that if we take the 60 or 69 mile per degree numbers that we have, right, where you go up in latitude by 1 degree of elevation, the Polaris, you basically walk up 60 miles or 69 miles. I forget the two. Forgive me. Right. But the point is, if you take a straight line from anywhere along the equator, right, up to the pole, whereby you have Polaris right above your head, you will have traversed 90 times 60 or 90 times 69 miles, which gives you, what was it, 60,000? 6,000?
What do you mean the North Pole is above your head? What do you mean by that?
Excuse me, Polaris is above your head.
A straight line along the equator till the North
Polaris,
Pole's above your head.
So forgive me, I meant Polaris, right? So that line, right,
you're
extend
walking from the equator. Hang on, you're walking from the equator in a straight line to a center point. Is that what you're saying?
Right. That's what I'm getting at, right? I'm just trying to summarize the conversation that we had before, right? The point here is that distance. What was it? 6,000 something, Elder Bear?
6,210 miles.
I find that interesting as well that he's decided to go from the equator. He starts at the equator and goes the opposite way. Everybody else that I've ever, well, I mean, I say everybody else. In my mind, I would start at the 90 and work the other way, but I'd go to the place that you've never been to make sure that exists first.
Yeah, the flat-side one where he was comparing it with the arc segment of the globe. That's what I thought he was talking about. That's why I wanted to clarify. Oh, you're right. You are talking about it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, but you're right. Generally, it's from the center.
Yeah, because that's what you have to. You have to grant them a position with the light above their head, but that position that you're granting somebody is one of the strangest positions that you could ever grant somebody, because I don't think it's an achievable thing. I can't even allow my mind to fully comprehend what it is. There's a place that you can go to where every direction you were willing to walk would be south. That's ridiculous. It means when you're actually looking north, you're looking south, because that's beyond north is south. So if you ever wanted to go south, you could be sure to be walking south if you head north. Because the moment you reach north, you'd be going south. Now, that doesn't seem like any cardinal direction that I could ever have, but I'm guessing it's 2025. Some people have that ability. Perhaps they have that ability without even knowing it, because there's no logic there to understand how ridiculous it is. I don't know. But yeah, this is... because this is the mathematics guy, right? This is the guy that's just done all of those pages of maths to work out and derive the distance to the horizon, the 1.22. But he seems like he doesn't know the 69 miles. So he's worked out some maths to get to the horizon distance, but he doesn't know what that's made from, where that came from, where all of the fundamentals of those numbers were derived. But hey, that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, what he's trying to bring up here is, if you do the math with this and you take the radius of, from the equator to the center point, and you do you get the circumference from that, which is 2 pi r, you get a radius of, what was it, 39,000 something.
Yeah, so about 39,000.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's trying to pick a fight with someone, saying, "Oh, well, why is it that this radius would be 39,000?"
I'm not trying to pick a fight. I'm not trying to pick a fight.
Somebody claimed that it's actually 24,000. Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, you've come in here about 3 or 4 times that I can recall.
It's a clarifying question. It's not a fight. And you seem to be...
Well, okay, fine.
I was just asking the question to clarify.
You're trying to stir the pot. You're trying to stir the pot with this. That's the whole point, right? So there's this seeming discrepancy between a 25,000 mile circumference, or whatever the hell it is, compared to this when we do the math from brass tacks in this form. Is that a fair summary? Not to antagonize. I just want to wrap it up, because kind of sick and tired of hearing your voice.
Which is it? Which is it then? Which is it?
Well, that's the point, right? So now that's open to the room if you guys want to talk about it, because it took forever to get here. Sorry, but I just had to accelerate. Go ahead.
That's why I was going to ask Jardo, but I'm now asking you, what is the circumference of the equator on flat Earth? What is the distance?
Tell him, Mike.
I thought you stated it was the same as the globe.
Again, the mathematician guy has just said that he doesn't know what the circumference of the equator is on the flat Earth.
Well, at what point, or do you, I've listened to this first time I listened to it, at what point, I mean, do you or have you asked, like, don't we have 24 hours in a day at the equator? I mean, like, is that not relevant within this discussion?
Well, this is the fundamentals, right? And you may be thinking a little bit further, but these guys can't have a claim, right? What we're finding out is that Nathan Oakley, I don't know whether it's because he's got the book of all of the flat Earth claims and they're going to give everything to Nathan Oakley, but it seems to me that just recently the flat earthers cannot make a claim about anything.
It's hilarious because I'm like Elder Bear, and you, I'm sure, well, you guys more because you guys go to these places, but I've listened to enough people that the measured flat has been spoken of from multitudes of people in these rooms. I've heard measured flat more times than I ever cared to the rest of my life.
Yeah.
And then also the celestial navigation was like, what was it? They were touting it as the #1 proof, for flat Earth.
The sextant was the big thing. Everybody had to have one, right? They were all measuring the Earth flat. Sales of sextants was like up 500%.
But it was all based on, the celestial navigation. Heard that. Get the magic book, almanac, and then the Polaris was 1 degree for 69 miles, and that's how you measure it flat. And now nobody wants to talk about it. Matter of fact, they get mad when you do talk about it. So it's it's just weird how the turntables have. No, I'm just joking.
Tables have turned. Yeah,
that's crazy.
It's becoming sad to see, but sort of expected, right? Because you know that at the end of an argument, and this is what's coming, right? What we're doing is we're bringing up the fact that you can make arguments about things in reality to prove things in reality. And these guys now, they can't even have the argument. And very soon, if you try to bring up any of these arguments to any of these flat earthers, they're going to start calling you names. You're not going to be allowed to use arguments to flat earthers. It's going to be a dirty word that they're going to have to get rid of because it'll prove them wrong. And they don't like that sort of stuff. So it's the argument that has to go, not their position. And that's the way this arena's always been.
Same distance.
Does anyone want to take that?
If you can make these measurements in reality, then you must have a reality measurement.
I didn't make a claim to have measured the circumference, dude. Go ahead, Matrix.
I was going to say, I don't want to listen to its shit. It can't even prove curvature. And yet we let it rattle on with all this other stuff. Like, why are we wasting our effort? Like, seriously.
Well, I mean, I guess...
Not well. You got any proof of curvature? Let's just get to it.
Well, on the flat Earth, right?
No, I didn't ask anything about on the flat Earth. I asked you very simply, do you have proof of curvature? Yes or no?
Why are they so much vitriol?
Yeah, I know.
You fucking well will be. You slimy little shit-stained weasel. Do you have...
Right, this is the guy that I think he got a message or something.
Wow.
I mean, it's changed, hasn't it?
Yeah. How the turntables have... No, never mind.
The wheels of steel.
Leave it to a magician. Leave it to a musician to talk about turntables.
The decks. Right, it does get a little bit. You know, I think they might have to calm him down, get him on the meds.
Proof of curvature. Yes or no? And what's going to follow after that? If you say no, I'm going to ask you politely to shut your yap. If you say yes, I'm going to ask you politely, what is it? So, do you have any proof of curvature? Floor's yours. Do you have any proof of curvature? Yes. Excellent. What have you got to present for the nice people of the panel?
As I sit here, I'm just dropping my daughter at school, but as I sit here and I look into the distance, the ground is curving away from me.
What?
There is a curve. There is a proof of curve, yeah.
Anyone else want to play with that? Seriously.
Oh no.
How would curve present itself
He's
to
just
you?
talking about land topography. He's not talking about overall structure of the entirety of the physical Earth.
We don't have that.
Whatever you want to call this place, whatever you want to call this realm. Yeah.
See, this is another one of the things. I think colloquially to flat Earth, when they say curve, they mean something that you can't present to them. And they can't quite define it, what it is that they want you, that you're not going to be able to present them. Because if you say that you can see curve, like everyone can, it's an optical effect, right? It's a visual thing, much like flat. If you say you can see it, if you say you could measure it by how much it drops at a certain point, that's not what they want. They want something else, but you don't know what it is that they want. I personally think it's the curve of a straight line that they're after. Seems to be.
Maybe, but what they definitely don't want is topography to be part of the overall structure. Did you hear what he said? The overall structure of, and he can't even explain what the hell he's talking about, of the thing that we, whatever, that we, like, what are you talking? How does one remove topography? It's impossible.
Yeah.
Even when they're talking about their precious ocean being the baseline, that's nonsense. An ocean is not a baseline. Now, if they're talking about sea level, well, that's something that's on a vertical datum in different places all over the world. There's not one sea level for everywhere. Shout out to Blue. Right? Yeah. So these guys, again, you've said it a million times, Bev, they can't, it's impossible to explain. They can't explain it. They have no idea what they're talking about, but yet this guy's going to get very upset with Elder Bear because he's not getting what he thinks he wants, but he doesn't even know what he wants.
Yeah, we say the curvature of what? I mean, how do you know what the curvature is for you to give them if they won't tell you what it is that's curving? And like I say, I think it's a straight line. And obviously, nobody's going to be able to give a measurement of curvature of a straight because it's straight. There is no curve to straight.
What?
But obviously that would be absolutely ridiculous, right, for them to say that. But see if you can get an answer off them what curvature is.
Hold on. Nuh-uh. Does that work?
Yeah. Whatever it is, you can't give it to them, right? That's the thing that they want to express to you. Give me the thing that you can't. I don't know.
Is he
Do you
talking
have
about
the
the
entirety
real
then?
globe or whatever?
Do you have the entirety?
No,
then?
but there's a claim. No, but you know what we're talking about, bro. You know what we're fucking talking about. This is what pisses me off. Yeah, you bro, you don't. Don't fucking do it, bro. Don't.
There you go. So now he's getting upset that you don't know what the curvature is that you can't present to him. And now he's getting upset at you, or Elder Bear in specific, because he doesn't know what the curvature is, and he's asking, what is it? How would I do it? How would it present itself to me? I don't know.
Outside of Elder Bear actually presenting some sort of curvature, and then they get mad about topology. It's like, well, like I see it all the time too. That's what I tell them. Yeah. Like when I'm driving to work, I see curve, hills all the time.
Could you imagine if Elder Bear came in with what's in the live chat? What Bev put in the live chat right now? The curved water, curvature of water with a big wave. Could you imagine?
You can't.
How freaked out they'd be.
Measure curvature, right? But you can see it. It's an optical thing, and if he can't see curvature, then what's he looking at? How do you see life if you don't see curvature? And how do you present it? You present it in a picture, wouldn't you? And say, look, is that curve?
Yeah. You know what we mean.
Yeah.
Stop doing that.
And then you say, like, is this the curvature that you're talking about? And they act as though you're stupid and say, that's not, we know, you know what we mean. Nobody does, because they can't define it. They've got nothing. They've got no rhetoric in order to explain what it is that they've made up in their own minds. And I think because they've been playing this game, ping pong, if you will, backwards and forwards with this other team, they've imagined that it's an argument, show me curvature. Well, I mean, it doesn't really work when you're trying to talk to normal people. It doesn't mean anything to anybody outside this arena. And yeah, they get upset.
Right. Don't do it. Don't play the games. Don't play the fucking games. Right? You know what he means when he says curvature. You know what he means when he says curvature.
Nobody does.
Well, I'm asking that. How would it present itself to you to say it was there or it wasn't there?
I don't know. It's not my claim. It was forced upon me as a kid, and I was forced to fucking accept it, indoctrinated, conditioned to accept that it exists, right?
See, listen to the angst, and he's held this since he was a child, which he hasn't. This is a relived memory that what didn't exist when he was a child. And if it did exist when he was a child, his parents have fed him this. No, nobody's forced anybody into any of this sort of stuff. This stuff is only known about as adults in these rooms. Nowhere else. Doesn't exist as children. Keep kids out of this.
Yeah, I mean, my observable data tells me something that I know about his life as a child.
Yeah.
You know, that I've heard him talk about. So I could press a button because I know instinctively what's happened, and this is what he's expressing now, the emotion of something in his life when he was a child. So it's really interesting, how angry and emotional he gets.
Yeah, you shouldn't take that into a debate scenario, right? Whatever he's bringing here, these sort of things. So like you never meant for this sort of thing to occur, right? And obviously he shouldn't be in these arenas if he's going to bring up childhood memories like this. Nobody wants this sort of stuff to go on, and it is, sort of sad to see.
And that I live on this giant ball in an ever-expanding vacuum, right? So you tell me,
As a kid, then.
do you adhere to that idea that you live on a giant ball in an ever-expanding vacuum?
No, I don't. No,
No,
I don't.
okay, cool. Either do I, bro.
I didn't know that till you told me, you see. It was like the guy who was in earlier and you was talking about 3959. He said, what's that? Where'd you get that number from? And he'd never heard it. And yet you all say that we were all indoctrinated with that number. In fact, it's you who tell everybody that number and indoctrinate people with that number. And then they have to.
How about you get off your ass and go and look up Wikipedia?
See, that one touched the nerve.
Yeah.
But that is the truth, right? Nobody actually knows any of these numbers or anything. It's been, you get told them by flat earthers. Flat earthers are always the ones that give you all of these figures and numbers and facts, and they ask you these ridiculous questions that you're meant to know what they're talking about, but you don't. And they say you were told them from childhood, but you weren't. You were told them in these rooms as an adult.
Yeah, and from that, when D-Dub was talking about, that he'd been indoctrinated, I don't think he was. I don't think he was told that either, any more than the guy wasn't told 3959 until today. And I think it's just become part of the story in a sense.
Yeah, part of the script.
It's part of the script.
It's the tug on your emotional strings, right? This is part of the rhetoric.
Yeah, I've learned a lot about the globe that I never knew before I came along to here. I mean, the figures, data, measurements, all sorts of stuff. Whether it's true or not.
You haven't talked to globers, have you?
Not really. Not as much as I've talked to flat earthers. Because, like I said, I quickly saw that, the globe was under question, and I've kind of not lived seriously in my life. But it's been around. That's been the story. And, the idea of flat earth, I said, what's that about? I'll go and find out. So it's an investigation about that. If you're offering me another option, there's an explanation of my reality, then that's what I wanted to find out about. Does it fit? And when it doesn't, and I ask questions about it, then, well, it's not my fault if you told me that. And now you're claiming you never said it at all. So, that is madness. Yeah. So, I haven't really spoken to globers because that wasn't my concern particularly. There's loads of stuff I can find out about that. There's not much, flat
Yeah,
earth
you can
stuff.
Google anything you want, really, right? But it's these people are the ones that are telling you it. You would have no reason to Google any of this stuff. other than these people telling you to Google it.
And I propose a strengthening of rhetoric.
Yeah.
So we have this false dichotomy of flat versus globe.
Mm-hmm.
What about before speaking, you can say, what if it's a trichotomy? You have the flat versus globe versus reality. And then you have a
They get
position.
offended though, right? Because you're putting reality separate to these two models, right? You're basically telling them there's a false dichotomy. That's what I've been saying, right? If you say there's a false dichotomy, that you're saying there are three options. There's a flat, spherical globe, or false dichotomy, and the false dichotomy is something different than the other two, which can only be reality, right? There is only one reality. That's what everyone should be able to agree on, and I think that's what we're trying to get with the 69 miles, right? Because at least everyone can come together on under that banner of, well, this is something that happens in reality. And everything we do, if we try and keep everything structured in reality, then we can just do away with the models. We're all living in the same reality, and we can all test and do the same thing in reality.
Like, in my opinion, that would be being rooted in objective truth. And have a starting point from, like, which in the Euclidean elements is nothing. You start from zero. And that is, you are rooted in reality, and that should be the most honest position you can be in as a scientist or a natural philosopher or who studies objective truth of what is going on outside of the subjective.
Oh, we've got Brenda. Brenda wants to come in.
All right, don't derail us. That'd be
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. Well, as long as we can keep on, on the structure of this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, if anybody can sort Brenda out, I don't know. Emma's on holiday, and she don't make Emma do it. I'll play this for a bit anyway. Get a bit more of this stuff.
And see what it says the radius is supposed to be. Are you
that
blindsided and that fucking stupid that you haven't even... You're either a complete moron or you're a fucking troll. I don't know which way I'm going to lean yet, but the mute button's going to get used either side.
There you go. He's muted Elderbear again.
Like, seriously, why are you in here? Oh, I don't think it's flat because there's waves at the ocean. I hope I did that well, too.
It's got a nice little tag there, though.
Also not.
That expresses what we're talking about.
What does it say, level?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, server tag.
Wait, but don't they think it's a real globe or something like that? Like,
yeah, I don't know.
Last time I was in here, they were talking about a real globe. It's not a globe. It's the real globe, or
real globe,
some
yeah,
shit like that. I don't know. Whatever that means. Do we got any haters on the line?
Hey, who's that one? A person, 6591.
Isn't he with us?
I don't know. Can't remember.
I don't know. There's probably a lot of people called A person.
Yeah, get this.
Well,
no question.
I'm just joking, dude.
Guys, would pi equaling 2 suggest curvature to you?
Ah, shut up.
The fuck?
There's the other one. Get off.
Right, so he muted me. But if you had to make pi and make pi equal 2, would that not suggest curvature? of the straight. I don't know. Like, it depends what your understanding of non-Euclidean geometry is. What would be the requirements of pi equaling 2? I would suggest that pi equaling 2 would necessitate a curvature of the circle, because pi equaling 3.142 blah 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 is on a plane, on a Euclidean plane. So pi equaling 2 might suggest some sort of curvature, just for the people that, you know, that seem to say, if you were wanting a measurement of curvature, I would suggest that altering the value of pi, always go lesser. You don't want to go greater than 3.1, because that'd be, I can't even comprehend that one. That's crazy. Has anyone got Brenda in? Can I let me see. Who's that? That's not fair. Let me get the roles. I'll VC verify you, Brenda. If you're listening, should be able to open up the symposium. Please don't report the server and try and get it shut down like you keep saying. Here we go. Anyway.
There's two of those morons down. Hey, Bev and Elder, is there any more of you Muppets that I need to mute this afternoon? Go and get them.
Yeah.
Get them all in here.
Send
I
them
can
in.
mute the fucking lot of yous, and we can just get it over and done with.
I think they talk about us for a fair bit whilst having us
Flat Earthers
muted now.
ain't messing around tonight, boy.
Us are more chill than because, bro, in their server.
That's funny. Bro, we'll carry you. I think it's for mods only, fam. So basically, report to me, motherfucker. I'm gonna roll out soon, but
Throw a little fit or to like pout like this. Well, now that I'm gonna say it, Bev's not gonna do it, but the second you unmute that person, then they're not gonna talk, as if, you know, like to throw a little fit or to like pout like, you muted me. Huh. I ain't gonna say nothing now.
I don't want to interrupt you. Have you finished?
Here we go.
Soft as puppy shit.
Here we go. It's Matrix.
Yo, Bev.
Yeah.
We did it. We got you unmuted. Shoot your shot, fella.
Okay, so if you have a distance and then the circumference doesn't fit the distance, and you have to alter pi, the value of pi, would that not suggest curvature?
What?
Well, you know, pi is a constant.
Are you talking about long distance observations and
No, I'm talking about
calculating the rate of
mathematics.
drop?
No, mathematics.
Right. So like the Earth curve calculator?
No, just pi.
Oh,
How we
mathematics.
derive pi. The value for pi.
All right, go on.
It's a relationship of the diameter to the circumference of a circle.
So congratulations, you know basically how to work that out. So what's that going to prove? You can draw a circle on a table and then calculate the distance around it?
No, if you have a measured flat distance of 6,210, because that's the claim.
Well, have you got
measured flat? No, the flat earthers claim that as a measured flat distance. That's how they measure.
We claim that across our distance, or we claim that across your
That's what flat earthers claim when they say it's measured flat.
Stop before you get wound up. That's the claim of what? The ball-tard?
No, it's the claim of the flat earther. Right, what you've got to take note of is what he's saying right here, because he does make a claim later on that he does indeed say measured flat. They claim that they've been saying measured flat before Nathan Oakley and 10th Man brought it later on. Yet now, because we're saying a measured flat, they're pushing against it aggressively. You know, you've heard flat earthers say measured flat. Flat
I've
earthers
never made a
say
claim
it's
that the
measured
flat Earth.
flat.
Yeah, fucking shut up, you idiot. I have never yet
You did.
heard anyone in this fucking channel claim that flat Earth is X amount of distance across. Yet, to date.
Actually, that's
No, I've
facts. I've been here for years. I've never heard anyone say that.
Hold
No,
on
I've
before you
just
get
said
wound
it's
up.
measured flat.
Yeah, it's measured flat, but I've never heard anyone put a bloody number on it and say that it's 6,000, pick a fucking number afterwards.
Okay, well, do you measure it flat by measuring an angle to light in the sky? I mean, and not you, because you're in Australia, so you obviously can't measure an angle to Polaris.
That's right, because we're upside down and we don't have lights in the sky.
Are
Fuck
ya?
me, dude.
I don't think you are. I don't believe you. I think he's lying.
Isn't it?
So if you do that, and then you can measure a distance between a 1 degree change, and that can be checked and verified by anybody, just at 69 miles.
The way we measure it flat is we get a laser, we shoot the bastard across it, measure how high it is off the ground at one end, go all the way down to the other end, measure it, and go, oh, look, if it's a bolt hard with a radius of 39, 59 miles, and we've just gone 10 miles away, that should be a 66-foot drop.
Does anybody know what the beam spread for a laser beam is over 10 miles? Anyone work that out?
Oh, I have no idea, but I would say it would spread quite a bit. Yeah, I don't know.
It would be unusable for a measurement, right?
Yeah, I always thought it was a weak argument to make, really.
Yeah. So he says he's measured it, but I'd say it's impossible to measure the beam of a laser over 10 miles. I mean, you might be able to see it. Give him that, right? You can see the laser from 10 miles away. Anyone can go laser waving and see the laser, but I mean, that's not a measurement. You can't measure stuff just by seeing a light.
Yeah, it seems you're going to just walk, openly into a refraction argument, and not us about all sorts, and I never think it's a great.
Well, we've got things, and we can do it when we go there, Elder Bear, right? We can go to these bridges, and we can wave lasers at each other. But you and I know it's not going to be a measurement involved in it. We're just waving lasers. No. That's it. That's as far as you're ever going to get. But we could do that too.
There's no relation. Yeah, no relation between the start and the end point.
Yeah.
It's just here and over there.
Yeah, can you see the laser from here? Yeah, I can see your laser. Yeah. You can see my laser. Brilliant. Don't point it in my eyes. So I don't believe this. So this is the first claim from a flat earther about something that he's supposedly done, which is a load of bullshit. He's not actually done it. And flat earthers do have this claim, but they keep making claims of shit that they've not done, and then they can't back it up when you ask them to verify it. There's nothing there. And you'd expect these sort of things to be their high points, right? This is my proof. This is what I've done. Here's the video. Here's nothing. Just words. Shit rhetoric.
And when there's no drop, we go, someone's telling porky pies.
So that 69 miles would be a measured flat distance then. A claimed measured
10 miles.
flat distance.
I don't know where you got 69 miles from.
In between a 1 degree change of an angle to Polaris.
So he's just going to sidestep. You told me how I measured it flat looking at stars. And I said, no, I measure it flat.
See, I think he's got a problem because he lives in Australia, obviously. And he can't see Polaris, so he can't verify this 69 miles. I think I do start asking them in a bit, how we can get them involved in it. And if anybody, you can hear the regret in his voice, right? He can't measure an angle to Polaris. And those of us privileged in the north, you can just measure an angle to a light in the sky. And it's easy. All of the problems all just slip away because you've actually measured an angle to Polaris, even though Nathan Oakley could. He hasn't, right? But you can hear the confidence in Nathan Oakley's voice because he knows he can. If he decided to, he could measure an angle to Polaris. But these are Australians. We need to find some way to help them, soothe them.
Yeah, it's called flat privilege.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, North privilege of the Polaris privileges.
Yeah. We've got it. You know, we know we're on flat Earth, but not sure about the rest of it.
Yeah, yeah. So the southern flat earthers are obviously lagging behind. They have to trust the people, the flat earthers that can see Polaris, and as you can tell, they don't really trust anybody else, and they have to. They're relying on trusting Nathan Oakley, and they know that Nathan Oakley's never actually measured the angle either. So, you know, they are struggling. The internal turmoil going on.
By using a fucking laser.
But that's not what this particular argument is for the people.
So what you're doing
that
is
say that it's
straw
measured
man.
flat by measuring an angle to the lights in the sky, right? Which flat earthers do, right?
Well, in order for you to do that, you need a flat baseline, because that's how trigonometry works.
The 69 miles would be a flat
straight lines.
Yeah, the 69 miles would be measured flat.
Hey, Bev, you can put whatever distance you like to it. It does not matter. Okay. The problem is it needs to be flat in order for you to generate any of your numbers.
Pretty obvious,
so
right?
you could put 5 miles, 10 miles, 6 million miles. I don't care. But if it's not flat, you are fucked because you're a liar, and it needs to be in order for you to get an angle measurement.
No, that would be a 90 times 69, surely.
Like I said, you can put whatever numbers you like to it.
In reality, that's what's done in reality.
In order for you to get your numbers, you need a flat base line.
Right, so he's basically, after, how long have we been going? 3/4 of an hour. He's basically confirmed the statement of measured flat. And the 69-mile distance would have to be, he's saying have to be, flat. Which is basically all we've said at the beginning. Now comes the problem. He's in the south. We can do it in the north. We can measure an angle to Polaris, and we can verify that's our latitude. We can then move north or south 69 miles and measure another angle to Polaris and see whether it has changed by 1 degree. And we can also verify that that angle is indeed our latitude. We can do that dead easily. He can't. And, you know, like, you can hear it in his voice. He doesn't trust anything that me or Elderbear could possibly do. And he knows Nathan Oakley's never done it himself. Or anybody else to verify it for him that he trusts. Obviously, you can hear it in his voice. He doesn't know. So he's living in this land of, call it aporia. He doesn't really know what he's arguing about because he can't verify it. And the people who he would trust to verify it, he doesn't trust because he doesn't trust anybody. He's got issues going on, obviously. And he can't formulate an argument on how to verify the 69 miles in the south because I don't think he knows how you do it in the south. Nobody's really told us yet. I mean, you could measure your angle to Polaris in the north and just check whether your latitude is. I don't know how anybody's managed to do it in the south up to now. Even these guys that talk, the Australians, they talk about measuring angles to Polaris, which they can't do. In fact, I think he's about to do it now.
If you don't have that, you don't have an angle measurement. No angle measurement.
And they're your numbers,
out of the game.
though. But they are your numbers. Based on this elevation
No, they're
angle.
not. No, they're not my numbers.
Miles. They
No,
are your measurements.
you do not even need
69
distances.
miles.
You can sit there and squawk 69 miles till you're fucking blue in the face. You don't need distances. You need the ability to understand how words mean things, Elder Bear. You've been around me long enough. An angle needs two straight lines in order to fucking have one. You know this as well as I do. So without two straight lines, you don't have an angle. You're out of the game.
That's how you measure flats, right?
The baseline is flats, measured, required in order for you to get the angle.
Yes, well, that's what I'm talking about. Exactly that. Now, as you state that you measure an elevation angle to Polaris to derive your 69 miles flat Earth.
Stop! I never mentioned anything about 69 miles. Yep, zip it. Don't you fucking strawman me. I never, in one situation then, mentioned anything about 69 miles. It's very simple.
He's muted Elder Bear again. In order to strawman a thing about the 69 miles. Now, it's obvious he's never measured the angle to Polaris, but he seems more concerned about the 69 miles, which I wouldn't know how these guys in the south would verify that. And we're after trying to help them, you know, find a way for them to do it.
Surface or baseline for your angle that you're generating needs to be flat. That's it. If you're making an elevation angle, whether it's to Polaris, whether it's to the sun, whether it's to the moon, it doesn't matter. The baseline needs to be flat. Not flat, not an angle. Nowhere in that statement is it needs to be 69 miles. So take your 69 miles and throw it in the bin.
The baseline of every right-angle triangle will be labelled horizontal. That's a mathematical fact. Everybody knows that, right?
Straight, flat, level.
Everyone does know that, right? That if you're doing trigonometry or using right-angle triangles within mathematics, you label the baseline for that triangle horizontal. And that's for obvious reasons, because of the implications of a right-angled triangle and the perpendicular. So you can understand that the baseline is always labelled as horizontal. Now, you can't get away from that. That's a mathematical fact. Does that mathematical fact mean that the Earth's measured flat because you label the baseline of a right-angled triangle horizontal? Because he seems to be saying that an angle requires a horizontal. And it doesn't. So he's using, I call it a sophist tactic, but it's built upon a scripted narrative that has been given to these people. It's been sold to them that this angle is the proof of the flat Earth, but there's nothing else substantive for him to add and build upon it in order to explain it, how it's become a proof in this guy's mind. And he can't express it. He doesn't have the rhetoric for him to have the ability to explain what he's talking. And you can hear the frustration in his voice. Please don't ever put yourself in this position within an argument, right? If you do find yourself in this position, getting this annoyed within a conversation, you shouldn't be in the conversation. You should be backing out. There should be a friend around to say, you know, like, you're not in the right state for you to be having any sort of a debate or conversation. So please step out, move out the way, and let somebody else take over.
Straight lines. So I know you numpties like to redefine words, and your definition of horizontal is probably perpendicular to gravity or some fucking retarded thing like that.
I don't know. Could you define
Yeah, you went pretty
horizontal as
quiet
the
there.
baseline of
What a
every
guess.
right-angled triangle? I suppose you could, mathematically speaking.
So, is your baseline straight? Yes or no?
The baseline of every right-angled triangle will be horizontal.
I asked you a very simple question. Is the baseline straight?
Yeah. Are you going to
Yes
represent
or
these
no?
measurements
And
mathematically?
your answer was the baseline to every triangle is horizontal. For fuck's sake. Let's try again. Obviously, you've got some kind of mental impairment.
He's muting me.
Is the baseline straight? Yes or no?
Yes, the baseline of every
Excellent, good
right-angled
boy.
triangle
So if it's
will
straight,
be labelled horizontal.
you don't have a curve. If it's straight, you don't have a curve.
There's no
Full
curve.
stop.
If it's a triangle, you don't have a curve. I mean, this guy is emotionally unbalanced at the minute. We're talking about a triangle, and he's sort of trying to inject some sort of a curve that isn't there to start off with, and he's going to try and hand it off to me. This is Flat Earth. This is 2025 Flat Earth post TFE. Lives in a triangle. It's just three angles.
Congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth then.
Well, you're measuring an angle, aren't you? Just an angle. That's not a triangle.
An angle still requires two straight lines intersecting at a point. And it's that little space between where the angle is. So if you don't have two straight lines, you don't have an angle.
Yeah, in reality, we can measure a distance between
In
a
reality.
1 degree change. Yes. Yes, in reality, we can do this.
So
We can
in
measure
reality,
the
do
angle.
you have two straight lines? Yes or no?
A line is one dimension, length without breadth.
I didn't ask what a straight line
geometric
was.
concept.
I did not ask Bev, please define a straight line. I asked you, in reality, which you keep preaching, in reality, do we have two straight lines? One of them being the ground, the other one being your view to the celestial you've
Ground
picked.
is not a straight line, no.
There we go, boys and girls. So Bev Tard is trying to prove curvature using
No,
straight
you're
lines.
not measuring, right? So we've gone from a triangle, a right angle triangle requiring to have a horizontal base, and we've established that it's straight, to an angle requiring two straight lines, and then him replacing one of the straight lines of an angle with the ground, thinking he can just slip that by us. Nobody will notice. We'll just replace one of the lines of the angle with the ground.
Yeah, but you can do that when you're when you get like super triggered and over emotional. Like that seems to work. Like I don't know where he got it from. I could take a wild stab at it, but just say it with confidence.
Yeah, it's like some sort of ethos that he's decided to get in, and a little bit of pathos.
Yeah.
Put a bit of emotion in there, and
I
get
wouldn't
your
even give
sort
him
of
the credit.
grandfather rights that you've been in the room for a bit, and angles.
I wouldn't even give him pathos. I don't think he even has that. Like I'd say it's 100% ethos in my, in my humble opinion.
Well, yeah, I think you can hear you can hear it in his voice, can't you? This guy's emotional.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Measuring an angle using the ground. You're using an angle measuring
Oh, so
tool.
you're not measuring an angle.
You
so
are
here
measuring
you are trying to straw
an
man
angle
us.
with an angle measuring
You're trying to
tool.
straw man flat earthers into measuring angles that you technically don't have off a curve.
No, I'm just trying to get people...
What are you trying to do, Bev?
I'm trying to get people to verify a measurement in reality.
Well, fuck me dead. You wouldn't believe that because that's what we're trying to do too.
Well,
We're trying to get people
what do
like
you do then?
to verify.
Here we go.
We're trying to get people just like you to verify their bullshit. So
Right, so what we're doing now is we're trying to get everybody to 69 the real globe, right? To take these measurements and verify them for themselves. So it's not just a claim that people make. It's something that you can verify. You can say to people, yes, I verified that. That does work in my local area. And I know that it works in Buster's local area and everybody else's, right? Because this is something that every individual can do to verify for themselves. And now we're going to get to the bit that us privileged Polaris users, right? It's like got a cheat code for this. And those people down there in the south, the Australians that are living upside down with no lights in the sky, apparently, they're on hard mode. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they're going to do it. And obviously, this guy's frustrated about it. Listen to his voice.
When have you gone outside and got an angle measurement off a curve and then went, oh, wow, I got that right?
Oh, that's ridiculous. How would you guys verify
claiming.
the 69 miles?
That's what you're claiming.
That's not what I'm claiming. I'm asking you.
Yes,
how would you verify the 69 miles?
You're telling me that you can generate an angle off a curved surface.
I'm not. I'm
saying, can't do it then.
I'm saying you can go anywhere and measure an angle. It doesn't really matter what surface you're on. You can
if it's off a curved surface, it's not fucking an angle. Come on, Ben, start using your brain. You can do it.
You can go to the top of a mountain and measure an angle.
So let me get this straight.
Doesn't
if
make
you draw a fucking arc
flat,
on a piece of paper and then intersect it with a straight line, are you claiming that's an angle? Yes or no?
Does it make the mountain flat if you can go onto a mountain?
I'm not talking about mountains, Bevtard. We're on a piece of paper. We've got an arc.
We're on a piece of paper.
And then we're going to put a piece of fucking straight line against it.
Wait, you're drawing an arc first.
Is that an angle? Yes or no?
Wait, have you drawn an arc?
Yes
that was
or
your
no?
first
Stop
thing.
Sidestepping.
So that's not an angle.
Stop sidestepping, you slimy little shit. Answer the question.
Wow, fucking hell. No, that's not an angle. You've got an arc.
Well, fuck me dead. If it's not an angle on a piece of paper, how the fuck can it be an angle in reality? You dumbass.
You don't measure angles using arcs. Nobody does that.
We know. So how can you get an angle measurement off the fucking surface of the ground? It's supposed to be a ball.
But you don't measure angles off the ground. Like, any angle measuring device does not use the ground as one of the lines of the angle.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Like, to measure an angle, you have to have a tool. And it doesn't, the ground's not required.
Yeah,
it's the
so
tool
obvious
measures the angle.
That this guy, this poor man, right?
Yeah.
Living upside down and he's got no lights in the sky. He's never measured an angle. He's never experienced him measuring an angle. He's had to listen to Nathan Oakley and 10th Man talking about measuring angles. And he's imagined that they use the ground as a part of the angle measurement thing.
I don't even know how you would even go about doing that.
Well, I'm saying he should just at least measure an angle, right? It doesn't really matter whether he can't get Polaris, obviously, but he could just measure an angle to any star, right? Just as a practice, just so he knows what the procedure is and what the tool is and how the tool works and how the ground isn't really relevant, other than you being stood on it, of course, or sat on it. But yeah, I mean, he's frustrated, and it's because he's never measured an angle. So I think step one, get people to measure angles, and then the measurement distance of 69 miles will come after. But,
remember, a curve.
You don't use the ground when you're measuring an angle. You don't. You literally don't use the ground as part of an angle measurement.
I've got to go to squash.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I am, because I can take it out on that little ball and I'm going to write Bev's name on it. Seriously, it's going to get entertaining.
Hey, Bev, is there an angular distance? Is there an angular distance between a celestial object and the horizon?
What do you mean, an angular distance? An angle?
What do you mean angular distance?
Just an angle.
It's just an angle. What do you mean? What? It's just an angle.
You know how to measure an angle. Are you in it? Are you in Australia too? How would you confirm the 69 miles?
Is there an angular distance between the horizon, which would be
you can measure an angle,
the surface of the where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky, and a celestial object?
Yeah, you can measure an angle between those 2 points.
There's an angle between those two things, right?
Yes.
The surface of the ground and a celestial object.
A vertical angle. Make sure it's vertical.
Yeah. But you don't use the ground, right?
Well, you could be stood on the ground, but your eyes would be the vertex, wouldn't it?
Right, so you need two things,
the angle
right?
from. You need 3, really.
So you need two references.
You need 3, really.
For an angle.
You being the one measuring the angle, and then you need 2 other points to measure an angle from.
Yeah.
And
but you don't use the ground, right?
An
you don't use
angular
the ground.
distance. How would you guys measure
ground, right?
a 1 degree change, 69 miles? Could you?
But you don't use the ground, right?
Could you guys in Australia confirm the 69 miles to 1 degree?
You don't use the ground, right?
Well, you could measure the 69 miles along the ground as a distance and confirm that was a distance between a 1 degree angle change. But what would you guys use? How could you guys confirm that? If we were to do like get everyone together, right? Anybody, doesn't matter what model they've got or anything, but they could confirm this to make sure that 69 miles was a distance between a 1 degree change. Obviously, those of us that live in the north that can see Polaris would have a much easier job. But how would you guys south of the equator, on the other side?
I don't know about all that, man. I don't know about all that.
No. But do you not think it would be worthwhile, right? Everyone could come together in a measurement of something in reality. Put all of our skills together, measuring angles to lights in the sky, because then everybody could actually get to measure an angle, couldn't they? They'd know the procedure. And, you know, the claim is, if it's measured flat. See what you're hearing now? I think I'm going to name Flat Earth Whispering, because you'll see how calm he's become just from talking about, you know, everyone coming together, measuring angles, right? There's no tension in the air anymore now. We're all building towards a common goal. This argument that's coming. Oh, I did mention the argument. Then these confirmed 1 degree changes over a 69 mile distance. If they're measured flat, then there's a problem. And if on your flat Earth, if you had to change the value of pi to 2, would that not suggest curvature? I think it would. I think that's the curvature that you're looking for, the curvature of the straight line.
Wrong axis, bro.
Well, you've got.
Well, I ain't looking for curvature. It doesn't exist. Like the curvature of the Earth that is claimed to be present by, you know, the mainstream narrative. You know,
the mathematics.
The idea that we're on the surface of a big ball in outer space. Yeah, that curvature.
Yeah.
In that axis, yeah, that doesn't exist.
That's where a 6,210 mile radius has to become a radius of a.
They don't even know what they're looking for.
A circle with a far less circumference than would be suggested by the 6,210. You've got a problem. And being ignorant of mathematics isn't a good excuse. Having this staring in your face for years.
Are you
never
mathematics?
Questioning people making ridiculous claims.
You're gonna have to go. Are you mathematics?
You haven't done that.
I can do a bit of mathematics, yeah. Especially the basic
No,
stuff.
are you mathematics?
No, I'm Bev.
Okay, cool. So if I ignore
no worry,
you, I'm good.
Don't worry about it. You're best not thinking about it. That's probably the best way to go. Pretend it never happened. Bad mouthers or something, you know. Surprised he didn't mute me. Don't know what happened there. That was a bit of flat. But if there's something
bro,
that everyone
I think you're
can
just
check
looking
in
for
reality-
unnecessary enemies. That's what I think.
No, I'm not looking for any enemies. I'm trying to get everyone to come together. Something that we can do.
What a load of shit.
What do you mean? It's evidenced in all of my conversations. I'm not trying to cause division. I'm trying to find clarity. Trying to bring people together to something that's known in reality. It's all I've ever been
How's that
about.
going so far? How's that going so far?
Well, we start with the most problematic, but I mean, to everybody else, it's good. There's plenty of learning experiences for people in this. There's people who think that they don't know much about mathematics because they've been put down in the school system, but it's only because they've never been actually shown the logic involved in it. And at first, logic sounds a bit scary, right? Especially when you link it to all of the connotations that come along with it. But it's not really that bad. I mean, everybody uses it daily. You have to. It's one of the God-given things. Reason makes us different from beast. There should be a time where people can communicate with each other, and because if we lose that, fuck man, everything's gone. It's pretty much lost already. All we've got is the ability to communicate and hope that you can give that to your children. Because if we don't end up giving that to the children, then it is gone. You can't hand them contradictions. Tell them the truth. I don't know why you push so much against Elderbear. He's only trying to formulate an argument. Quite a few people in the room when it goes quiet like that. I mean, I don't know who may be quiet all the time when nobody's talking. It's a big silence, isn't it?
Wow.
I mean, you never wondered why east, north, south, east and west couldn't be perpendicular. It's because the numbers don't match up. Your circumference doesn't match your distance, does it?
And you guys
Shocking.
have never stated the argument at all. Crazy.
Has nobody told you that the equator's a straight line? I thought you knew that.
No one claims the circumference of flat Earth, Ed.
Yeah, I know. Because it's a straight line, isn't it? The equator's a straight line.
They don't know.
Straight line?
Yep.
Is it?
Yeah.
On a ball?
It's not on a ball.
Okay, Bev. Oh, it's not a ball.
Do you think it's on a ball? Is that how you managed to fit a straight line on a ball?
No, you think there's a straight line on a ball,
No,
Bev.
no. I say it's definitely not a sphere. definitely not a sphere.
It's definitely not a sphere. Okay. Well, welcome to Flat Earth, Bev.
Yeah, it's not flat. It's a false dichotomy.
If it's not flat, if it's not a sphere, what is it then, you nutball?
Real globe.
Why do you put on a fake? Why do you, St. Nicholas? Why do you put on a fake voice? That's what I'd like to know.
Right, now this is weird, right? He's just called me Saint Nicholas. Is that Santa? Would I be right in that? He did just call me Saint Nicholas.
Oh, it sounded like Sir Nicholas to
right,
me,
well,
but yeah, maybe.
Listen to this. This is the weirdest thing. I don't know where this came from, right? But this is weird.
Then you nutball.
Real globe.
Why do you put on a fake? Why do you, St. Nicholas? Why do you put on a fake voice? That's what I'd like to know. St. Nicholas, why do you put on a fake voice?
Thought he was talking to somebody.
St. Nicholas
else
from TikTok. What's with the act? You're saying it's not a globe on TikTok, as Nick, and then you're saying it's not flat as Bev over here. What gives? As a therapist, I advise you not to split your personality.
What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm talking about, dude.
I'm not
Nicholas.
Not on TikTok.
TikTok.
No, not on
oh,
TikTok.
Shit, you're a liar. No, it's Nick.
So he's just out of nowhere started calling me this other name. And when I say I'm not on TikTok, he calls me a liar. That's 24/7 Flat Earth. And this is Daz. He's another one of the Australian Flat Earthers over there.
And why was everyone in that chat calling you a liar? Not about Earth being flat, but about all this other stuff about you saying you lived in Thailand and all this other weird shit. Yeah, you had some nice fans in there, Nicholas.
Wow, are you all right? Have you been drinking?
No, I've been drinking.
He has been drinking. You have?
I wasn't drinking when I was on TikTok either, and I joined your stream. No, don't drink, Brev.
Join what stream?
Your stream on TikTok, the Nicholas.
What now?
I joined Hellas. Oh no, man, that's Bev. And I always knew you were putting on your voice, Bev, because no one talks like this in reality.
You
You're just the character.
You conjuring
anti-flat Earth.
Conjuring
you
people
seem to
and
think
making
that
connections.
This Earth is neither globe nor flat.
They did this with Elder
Bev.
Bear as well. That's why I said it's the real globe. It's not the dogmatic
So what is it
globe.
then?
It's not a sphere.
So what is it?
Not a spherical
so what
object.
is it then, Bev?
Non-geometric.
Okay. Well, when you come up with something, give us a buzz. All right.
How
We'll
do
leave
you
floating in between globe
How are you
and
going to
flat,
deal with
if you
pi
like
having
to.
a value of 2 on your flat Earth?
Pi?
Yeah.
I don't know, Bev. We don't claim a circumference anyway, so.
Okay. But the natural circumference of the measured flat Earth would be 39,000 because I can do a little bit of maths.
You claim a circumference on the globe that's been defined.
I don't claim any
You don't believe in the
circumference.
globe.
I've not said anything.
Yeah, you're not a glober and you're not a flat earther. Then
No,
what are you, Bev?
I just haven't claimed measured flat. That's all. That's the difference.
Definitely not a globe, but not measured flat and not flat. Yep. What are you saying, Bev?
Not flat. Yep.
Or you're saying flat, but not measured flat.
Do you think you could go to the top of a mountain, measure an angle, and make the mountain flat because you've measured an angle there on the ground?
I couldn't make
the
a
top of the
mountain
mountain
flat.
with the ground.
I've read that God will do that one day, maybe. But no, I can't make a mountain flat.
Okay, so not flat then.
A mountain is not flat, as far as I know. It is the height is measured in reference to sea level.
Okay, and the mountain would be part of Earth, right? It's definitely not part of the water part, is it? It's not part of the sea.
Its height's measured from sea level, Bev.
Okay. So the mountain being part of Earth would be not flat, than the not flat part.
Yeah.
So
Mountains.
saying the Earth is flat is a bit ridiculous, right? When the Earth is the bit that's not flat.
It's like Bev, if you
sounds like a contradictory thing, that, doesn't it? Sounds like you've accepted a contradiction.
Your table is flat. See, table's flat, and you just look at it. It's like, it's flat. But if you zoom on with a microscope, there's going to be ridges and valleys and all this other shit. Does that mean your table is not flat? Not flat, Bev. Your table is not flat. There are ridges on it.
Yeah, we did this with flat.
Can you measure an angle from your ridge and make it flat, Bev?
Tables aren't 2D.
Not flat.
Not 2D surfaces. Especially the
Right,
legs.
I know, Bev.
I'm looking at the legs on my table. They're curved. They're not
surface though, Bev.
Yeah, the surface of the legs
of the
table
is flat.
The surface of the legs of the table on my table are curved. They're not flat. The combined surfaces of all of the table together are a 3D thing. That's not flat either.
Just
the combined surfaces of the table. Yes. You want to combine them together and call them the surface of the table.
If I put all the
not flat.
Pieces of my table together and line them up, it's not flat.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Come on, Bev.
Yeah, that was
Thanks for your sermon,
that was
Bev.
a rebuttal.
Thanks for dropping in.
So tables aren't flat, mountains aren't flat. The earth is not flat.
Your church is obviously empty and you're taking your show on the road, trying to drum up some support, I think. So thanks for dropping in for your TED Talk about Earth neither being a globe nor flat. Thanks,
Truth.
Bev.
The church of the religion you never knew you had. Welcomes all. Anyone with an ability to make a measurement in reality. Yes, we welcome everyone. They're doing a road show.
Fantastic, Bev.
So how would you be able to join in and verify the 69 miles in the south? Or do you reckon it's like only available to people who can see Polaris?
Yeah, it's measured. It is just measured. It's all measured flat, though, Bev.
Yeah, that's it. Only to Polaris, right? How would you join in?
No, you measure an angle from another star. Like this, the stars in the southern.
Yeah, you can't see Polaris, right? So you cannot measure an angle to Polaris. So you can't join in with the measuring flat claim. What do you measure an angle to in order to measure it flat?
I already answered you, Bev. There's plenty of stars down here. We can see stars in Southern Cross. There's a lot of other stars we use to navigate.
Like to the top of a mountain, would that be enough?
Top of a mountain?
Yeah. If you were to just measure an angle
we're talking about
a mountain.
Well, I'm just thinking about ocean navigation, Bev.
Yeah, I'm thinking about anyone, really. I'm trying to do the 69 miles, right? But if you claim just measuring an angle, can we confirm, like, where can people in the south just measure an angle? What's the limits of the angle? Is there an accuracy of the angle that you require, or is it just any old angle? Could you just get a protractor and measure an angle?
It's just an angle. Yeah. Did exactly the same method.
So could we call protractors
point your sextant at the horizon? So you point your sextant at the horizon and you level level the instrument. You get a baseline of level from you to the horizon.
Let's say you're measuring an angle within a
triangle. So then you measure the angle from the surface of the Earth, Bev.
Yeah. So let's say we're checking an equilateral triangle. Is that measuring?
It's pretty easy, Bev. You've got a flat ocean and you got some stars up in the sky. It's in the north, south, wherever.
Yeah. How to
measure an angle to it.
Yeah. So could you flatten the mountain by measuring an angle to the mountain?
Can't flatten a mountain.
Could you flatten the mountain by measuring an angle from the top of the mountain?
If there was no mountains, Earth would be flat. Is that what you're saying, Bev?
No, I'm just saying the mountains are sort of a bit of a barrier for me understanding how they're flat and how the Earth's flat.
They sit on top of a flat Earth. Mountains.
They're on top of it.
Yeah, you measure it. You measure the height in reference to sea level, Bev.
Yeah, but the sea level is just a point on a vertical datum also.
No, it's the sea.
It's not. It's the sea goes up and down, and then it's a mathematical average called a mean.
It goes up and down.
That's established on the vertical Bev. Where it's been measured.
Vertical sea, is it, Bev? Sea's horizontal, Bev. Not vertical.
It's not. That's why we have to get a mean, because it does move up and down.
The sea's not horizontal, Bev.
Yeah, it's not.
That's what you said?
Yes.
It's not. Okay.
It's measured.
All right.
Because we need a mean.
Vertical, is it?
Because it's not horizontal.
It's vertical.
It's on the vertical. Yeah, the measurements level are taken on.
No. The ocean is definitely not horizontal. It's on the vertical.
Oh, it gets painful, this. I mean, sorry to anybody having to listen to this, but I mean, you should be able to go over this, how the mean sea level is established. Unfortunately, like the Australians, I think they have this ability to hand off all of the measurements of the angles and all of that to the lights in the sky to people in the north. So they imagine they don't have to do it. And that then gives them ability to not have to know anything about anything. It's just what they imagine. So they don't actually know how the mean is established. And because a mean is a mathematical average, obviously they're flat earthers and they don't know anything about maths. And, you know, how to derive a measurement of a mean, which is a mathematical average, and it's measured on the vertical datum. So therefore the mathematical average that's established will also be on the vertical datum. It's just a point on a vertical datum that they give a value of 0 to start off for all of the measurements from that particular one. Now obviously we have one in the UK. That's not the same one as the UK's in America and Canada, Mexico. You know, they have a different one in France, another one in Holland. You have 3. And, you know, Australia will have their own. There isn't one established mean to derive all of these measurements from. But these are Australian flat earthers. And they don't need to do anything. They don't need to measure an angle to Polaris. They can't. They don't need to know about how the mean is established in the UK or anything like that, because they're in Australia. They don't need to do any of that, I think. That's what I'm getting from these guys. They're just getting used to how to argue a non-point and not establish a fact of reality to work from. Be horizontal because we have to make a mean, which means it's moving. It's not horizontal. That's why the mathematical mean is needed.
Yeah. So that mean is horizontal though.
No, that mean is just a point, a mathematical average of all of the points measured over a period of time.
A horizontal line.
It's placed as a point.
Yeah.
It's a location point. And then that is moved wherever.
No,
through a method known as surveying.
We need sea level, use sea level to measure the height mountains, Bev. Which is horizontal line.
It's a vertical distance, the height.
You got an elevation angle or you got a depression angle if you're measuring into a valley or whatever.
The elevation.
It's all from sea level, which is a line, which is horizontal baseline.
The elevation is a vertical distance.
It's an angle.
It's not.
So what do you got? An angle is a point with a line coming out of it.
When you know what your elevation, it's a measured vertical distance above a known datum.
Horizontal, Bev.
Yeah, that's not going to work for much longer, is it? I mean, it's not an argument. Everybody knows horizontal is an orientation.
The ocean's not horizontal. Measured horizontal is a very good argument, Bev.
It's not measured horizontal, no.
Saying it's measured.
It's measured on the vertical datum, yes.
It's vertical.
Yes. The mathematical mean is a conglomeration of measurements taken on a vertical datum.
Your angle measurements are taken from horizontal, Bev. The horizontal plane you're standing on.
No, if you stood on a mountain. That's just scripted response. It's bad that they have to resort to this. Obvious he's never done it. He's never measured an angle. Doesn't know what he's actually talking about. And now he's telling us we need to be stood on a horizontal. Obviously, he's heard that from Nathan Oakley. Nathan Oakley was sold it by 10th man. It's nonsense. It's not what happens in reality. And all it would take is for you to understand how to measure an angle. If you'd done it, you would know it's a load of nonsense what they're speaking. But they don't, because they haven't done it. After all these years. Sad. You're not stood on a horizontal plane. That's what you seem to be. What is labelled horizontal is the baseline of all right-angle triangles within mathematics. And that's for obvious reasons. Connected with the unit circle, but that's an entirely mathematical derivative.
So what is Earth, Bev? What are you saying it is?
To me,
it's not a globe and
dirt,
it's not flat.
soil, stuff we plant crops in.
So you're an anti. You're not a glober. You don't believe it's a globe.
I know it's a globe, the real globe.
And you're saying it can't be measured flat because they're mountains.
No, I say it's not measured. It's measured not flat. Because any measurement taken would be on the vertical datum, and that would be a measurement of how flat it isn't. The change in the vertical datum, any measurement, would show not flat.
Yeah, there's different sea levels, different horizontals at different heights. Yeah, but it's still all horizontal.
In order for your statement to be true,
and make an average
there would be a zero measurement change. Zero. So you're saying with the ridiculous statement measured flat, you're saying a zero measurement is the measurement of measured flat. No measurement. Which is actually a nonsense, but, you know. Flat earthers say it. They imagine it means something when it actually doesn't.
Okay, good.
It's more of a linguistic issue, really, when you think about it. And it may have tricked you because it is a nonsense and the brain can't comprehend a contradiction when it's handed to you. So that's why you may not be able to seem to, work it out how to measure something flat, because you actually can't.
You're a contradiction within yourself, Bev. You are a contradiction.
Really? I don't think you can spot a
mentally
contradiction.
divided between two platforms and 2 points of view.
Yeah, that's not a contradiction, is it?
You seem to...
Could you point out the contradiction there?
He says Earth is neither flat nor a globe. Can't make up his mind which one it is.
Why is that a contradiction?
Seem to think it's somewhere floating in between.
You think they're
Reality.
two opposites,
That's
Thea?
what you mean.
Anyway, I don't feel like talking to Mini-Me.
Okay. Do you think there are two opposing options and not two parts
seem
of a
to be,
false
but
dichotomy?
Earth's not a globe and Earth is definitely not flat.
Mm-hmm. False
The
dichotomy,
mountains.
yes.
Mm.
Because you're thinking of the dogmatic globe,
Sure,
the spherical
sure.
model. I don't know whether he wants to talk
What's your
to you.
southern
Elderbear.
focus for these?
Stop butting in, Mini-Me. Control your Mini-Me, dude.
He doesn't want to talk
just
about
wondered
how
what your
he'd
focus
verify the
was for your-
69 miles.
Just shut him up.
Yeah.
Turn his button off.
He's going to mute you.
I just wondered, just what your focus is for flat Earth measurements where you live. Or was this only something you came across when you met some guys from the north?
Well, I just use Google Maps, dude. That's my flat Earth measurements down here. Same as you up there. Same with celestial navigation. We do it down here.
Did he just say he just uses Google Maps? I just use Google Maps, dude. I think that's how he measures the Earth flat. It's amazing.
Boats everywhere,
Yeah, but they
dude.
would have to, if they
People love doing
How
celestial
do you-
navigation shit. They love
how
sailing.
do you connect the 2 points of rotation to derive concentric latitude circles in the south?
What?
In relation to the northern guys.
We just
Well,
look
the
at the
northern guys
almanac.
created
You
a
get a
latitude
star.
system.
You measure angle, and you check the almanac. You figure out where you are.
Yeah, but that's a rotation, isn't it? That gives you a
What's a
rotation around a
rotation?
different point. Well, if you were looking for circles of equal elevation from the star where you are,
I know it's measured flat.
then it gives you latitudes that are derived from a different center point than Polaris in the north. So I wondered, before you came along and you found the guys in the north, what were you doing then to verify what you're saying is your worldview?
Don't know, dude. Ask Captain Cook. He uses celestial navigation. He's in the south.
So have you never checked that in the south? That'd be worth checking. That would definitely be something worth checking, wouldn't it?
I get seasick, dude. I get seasick. I'm not.
No, you do it on the
going
land.
out sailing.
No, you do it on the land.
You do it on the land.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
And you don't worry
Lots of
about
land in
elevations,
Australia.
right? Because apparently this angle doesn't change no matter your elevation change. So you just have to measure an angle.
I did do a bit of surveying actually. One time when I was doing some building work.
No, this isn't
they
surveying.
got me to use
This is
the
just measuring
surveying
an
thing,
angle to a light in the sky.
and we measured the land in reference to horizontal. Do you remember? It was a long time ago. Someone's having a aneurysm, I think.
Somebody's coming in to help. Master debater.
Called 000.
Must be telling you
Master.
times over.
Hello, Master.
Hello.
How do people in the south confirm this 69 miles? Do you know
I'm in the
anyone?
south, buddy. I'm in the south. Yeah.
Why don't you tell us, Bev?
I don't know. Us in the north here, we can confirm it by measuring an angle to Polaris, but you guys can't see Polaris, can you?
Lord, thank you for sunshine.
Can't get that around you. You can't get your head around that, can you, Bev?
Well, no, just
that's why
you
you're there.
Polaris,
Well,
and you can't do.
you're there.
Don't know.
Yeah,
you mean
You're the
stuff?
guy. You're there.
I can confirm it. How do you guys confirm it?
Yo,
saying if you can't see Polaris, you can't do Selnav. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I can confirm it by measuring an angle.
Oh, you can't see Polaris. How do you measure an angle?
Then I can just check and see whether the latitude of my position is the same as the angle that I measured.
The angle, yeah.
It's same.
I can do that.
Thank you for the. Hold on, I have a way to end this argument.
How do people in the south confirm it?
Real quick, Bev. You short fuck. Stock. Real quick, shut the fuck up. Okay.
Lord, it's not a globe.
I was asking Jardo initially because he is in the south.
Yeah.
And he does have some numbers. He's pretty, conversant on the numbers that are required for celestial navigation.
Debater, shut up, mini-me. Debater, Bev said that Earth is definitely not a globe. Shut up, mini-me.
You don't
Bev,
know.
Bev said Earth's definitely not a globe. Do you want to ask him about that?
Not a sphere. It's a real globe.
Not a sphere. Not a sphere. Do you want to ask him about that?
Don't start lying about what I've said, misrepresenting it. You might have heard something.
It's definitely not a ball, sphere. And it's not flat either.
Yeah, you don't know how to confirm a stated claim that's meant to be for everyone, everywhere. Why are you pushing against confirming something that anyone can do? Anyone except flat earthers, it seems. The question
it would be a fool's errand to ask you any questions, Daz, if you don't know. That's fine.
This is for Master to ask you. Master, you there? Just a moment, dude.
What are you saying?
Master.
Yeah, hello.
You just left me holding the bag.
Hello.
Bev doesn't think it's a. Bev doesn't think it's a sphere. What do you think about that?
What I think about it, I think he's flat tard.
He's a flat tard.
Yes. He's a flat tard that has no idea what he's talking about.
Obviously, that's what we've been saying for a long time. I'm glad you agree. Beta.
God, that must be a big office you guys have got where you all come from, come with...
Because you believe Earth is a sphere, don't you, Debater?
Shit officery training.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
Yeah. Shit officery.
These clowns don't. They said it's definitely not a sphere.
Yes.
And they said it's definitely not flat. So I don't know, dude.
There's only observable data that we have to go on, right?
I'd rather talk to someone who has a definite point of view on
the data
whether it was
that
a globe
you
or not.
guys give, and then we ask questions about that don't seem to correlate, then it's based on the given data.
Mm-hmm.
Which kind of, to try and then, we derived from that, or, I began to think about it and thought, well,
Mini-me, this is just secondhand Bev dribble.
No. We need to, there was a need to construct an argument, a logical argument, to include these discrepancies and see if it can.
Oh, your argument, you're still working on that, Mini-me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
If P, then Q. If R, then S.
Okay.
Not Q, not P. Not S, not R. It's that kind of basis.
You're not. These guys aren't going to like it. You're not going to be able to. You're going to have to hear it through the grapevine.
Argument, student. I like RS.
I think these are the guys to present it to, actually, because they don't seem to be able to follow any geometry or mathematics.
Yeah, you seem to not be able to follow, your basic laws of, physics and, gravity, because you don't believe gravity. Hold on, Eliter, shut the fuck up. You seem to believe. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the mute him real quick. Shut the fuck up. Here, let me continue talking. Yeah, you're a flat tard. You're a flat tard.
He's being allowed to.
You believe that gravity does exist, and you believe that the planet. You shut the fuck up. You believe. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You believe that the Earth. You shut the fuck up. You believe the Earth is not a planet. So can you prove the Earth is not a planet?
Yeah, I've got an argument. Yeah. But I can't post it.
You can't post
Do
it.
you want me to read it?
No, I want you to post it, please.
I can't post it because I'm not allowed. They've took their rights.
Okay, so screen share.
I can't screen share. These guys won't let me.
Who's this guy? Is he of some importance, this guy, or is he just detritus?
You've been here for 2 years. What do you mean you can't send images or screen share?
No, these guys are in this 24/7 room.
Get privileges get removed, you know. If you don't like the question, you just remove privileges. That's how it works.
So, Bev, that's a lie, right? Because I'm already in this channel and it can let me send images. So.
Yeah, I can't.
You obviously haven't asked the wrong questions.
They won't let me post images.
But they can't do that, though. They physically can't do that.
Oh, well. They got me removed from the politics one. The religion and politics. Completely banned off the entire server.
Yeah, me too. I was only trying to help.
Have you ever tried KFC?
Not really taken as assistance. It's kind of taken as some kind of...
Shut the fuck up real quick.
What we were doing was, because this is where there's a lot of Australian people in the south. We were trying to work out how we'd bring those people and involve them in 69 in the real globe. Where everyone can come together and 69 the globe.
Yeah.
I mean, who wouldn't want a bit of that?
Top and turn.
Yeah, yous can all come together and 69 all yous like, but I'm out of that one.
Yeah, I know. It shows like the difference, doesn't it, as well? It's quite fitting, really, because the south is the 6 and the other one's the 9.
Yeah.
It's like opposite rotations, isn't it?
How did you do it, AJ, before you met the North guys? How were you deriving this distance in the south? How do you do it down there?
Which distance?
Well, the measured distance, when you measure a distance to Polaris in the north, you get a distance along the ground of 69 miles, flat Earth distance.
Well,
69.03.
I've never measured an angle to Polaris.
No, I know you haven't, because you can't see it. That's why I was wondering what you do where you are in order to verify that.
Well, Daz already answered that question for you.
He didn't really understand what it was, he said. Because it occurred to me that, that when I listened to the Australian guys, that they are north-centric people. Yeah, they don't live in the north.
No, I think what ends up... I'll tell you what ends up... Hang on. I'll tell you what ends up happening is that 90% of the people that we're speaking to are in the north, yeah? Not in the south. There's not too many of us here in the south that get involved in this conversation, as you know yourself. So me, myself, I even have basically adopted miles, yeah? And when I talk to people here, I talk in miles and they're saying, what the hell are you doing, man? We're in kilometers, but it's just because of the conversations and the people that I talk to here, because if I talk in kilometers, people get lost, yeah? So
it does.
See, do you think the people in the south, these Australians, are they north-centric? When they do their thinking. We tried to ask them that. Is there any Australians, listening or anything? I don't know what sort of time it is or anything over there. Maybe morning time or whatever. But, when you think of measuring these angles and you're listening to all of your flat earth friends measuring angles, saying that they've got a flat earth proof and the earth's measured flat because you're measuring these angles to Polaris. Do they feel like they're part of it because of that? Or, I don't know. It's hard to tell unless you can actually have a conversation with an honest flat earther from Australia. That, he's going to sort of let you know how they derive 69 miles. Or are they still north-centric? Do they have a different idea about it? I don't know. I live where I live and I can see Polaris, so I can measure that angle just directly. We don't actually have any Australians that come round here. I think all of us that can see we're all Polaris privileged, aren't we?
Mean much that what you said. I mean, how would you verify 69 miles where you are? What method would you use where you are?
How would I verify 69 miles?
Yes, per degree to some light in the sky, or how, maybe you can't do it there. You have to use some other method.
Well, no, that would be again. We can determine latitude using the sun. We can also find it by understanding through an almanac where a star position is. I mean,
Isn't that reification using the almanac?
Why would that be a reification?
Well, you're assuming, where those are correct for your Earth in order to use them without verifying any measurements. I mean, they are used on the globe, aren't they? The almanac, it works on the globe. Is that how it works on the globe and the flat Earth by having common denominators?
It works in reality.
Yeah, exactly. So that means that there are common denominators between both of the models in order for it to work in reality.
Well, again, I don't claim any type of model, yeah? And when you first came into this conversation, you were talking about me talking measurements. And when I was talking my own measurements, it had nothing to do with this discussion that you have brought up. I was talking about me measuring distances myself across water to other bodies of land.
Well, I don't know how you did that, but we're talking about that's why I was going to ask Jadu, because Jadu has got numbers. He talks numbers. So I was wanted to know.
Again, you'll probably have to talk to Jadu.
Well, you're here. You're quite a prominent member. I'd have thought you would have known that too. You are a prominent member here. I would have thought, for somebody in the south,
you'd like me to go out
information to help me.
No, you would like me to go out into the south. You would like me to use a sextant and then tell you how I confirmed 69 miles.
Yeah, could you do that in the south where you are?
Or your latitude, right?
Well, supposedly we can, yeah.
How would you derive your latitude? That's yes.
Is it just as simple as looking at a light in the sky and measuring an angle like it is for us in the north? What?
Because, yeah, I mean, if you look at what I posted in the chat at 8:58, then I don't know how that works. Trying to think, you're one side of that and we're the other side of that, according to Flat Earth. In one side, it derives latitudes that are concentric. And now if the flat Earth is concentric circles emanating from a center point in the north, then they would have to be concentric to each other all the way. But we can see there in that picture that something changes and that the other side of the equator, it's not only going in the opposite direction rotationally, but it's also arcing in the opposite direction. So it kind of interested me how it was done in the place where I can't see and you can't see where I can see. What's done in the south in order to verify this distance of 69 statute miles per angular change of a point in the sky. Obviously for you it's a different place. For us,
all I can do is tell you how it's done, which I'm sure you understand how it's done, yeah? And like I said, it's been explained to you previously.
Go on then, how's it done where you are?
Again, we can determine latitude using the sun. We can determine latitude from the Southern Cross and other stars that we have here.
But they're different points of rotation. How do you match that to the northern concentric circles of latitude? for them to continue radially out from a center?
Well, from my understanding, this was all originally measured from Polaris, and then we have our circles out to the equator, and so on and so forth. They continue on, yeah.
Okay, so they go from the North Pole, from the north, the center, to the equator in 1 degree increments, each increment being 69 miles along the surface, flat Earth elevation angle derived miles, which would give a straight line distance from the North Pole to the equator. And we know, as you said, that they're concentric circles, latitude, circles of equal elevation, which would mean that the equator is indeed a circle. And that circle would have a value given to it that you can derive from the radius.
Yep. And where are you going with all this? That we can somehow know the overall shape or size? Yeah.
That value is 6,210 miles, which would give a circumference of over 39,000 miles of the equator.
Yep. Go on.
So is that the circumference of the equator on flat Earth?
No idea.
So you
could be.
You're not of the opinion that the circumference of the equator on the flat Earth is the same as that on the globe Earth, in order to derive real-time reality measurements,
I don't know,
navigation and travel, time, mechanics of
all that's estimated and roughly guessed. That's not measured.
It's a flat Earth claim that it's a measurement, 69 miles per 1 degree.
No, it's not, bro.
Oh, it is. It is, though.
No, it's not.
It is, and you state it, T-Dub. I'm sorry. It is. Celestial navigation is the strongest proof you have for flat Earth.
No, I don't know about the 69 mile part. I don't know if that's accurate. Could be rough. Could be estimate. Could be off. Could change.
Can be verified.
You know, from degree to degree. I don't fucking know.
That's what can be verified. You can verify it, or anybody living in the north can verify those measurements of 69 miles between 1 degree. But you can't see Polaris. The question is, how would you confirm it?
If you can't confirm it, then it's just a belief you hold that the guys in the north have told you about.
No, I don't fucking believe it. Stop fucking strawmanning me, bro. Don't stop telling me what I fucking believe.
Observation. Well, can you tell me how you did it in the south then? How do you do it for yourself?
Did what?
Measure latitude and a distance of 69 miles per 1
I didn't!
Measurement to a light in the sky.
I didn't, you asshole!
How would you confirm it?
It's just...
Will, when you keep fucking strawmanning me.
It's not a straw man. I'm just asking you a question. It's not a straw man. If you don't know, you don't know.
Once I get back to, I'm moving at the moment across Australia. So when I get there, I'll jump in a boat and I will measure my latitude or the distance to the GP, and I'll travel the 1 degree and the 69 miles, and I'll tell you whether it works out or not.
How are you going to measure the 69 miles on the sea?
Well, that would have to be a rough guesstimate off of the GPS.
You could do it on a map, though. In reality.
Well, so you want me now to grab some marine charts and plot this out on the chart?
I'd say don't look at what your actual latitude is. Measure the angle first, and then check with the latitude, right? Don't know what your latitude is, right? That's the best way to start this one off.
Okay. So we know now that you've never done it, you haven't done it, and you have no personal
No,
proof.
I haven't done it. No, I haven't done it.
So your notion relies on some guys in the north who say these measurements are correct.
Well, no, it wouldn't be just that I'm relying on these guys in the north.
The North Pole.
I would also be relying on others, I suppose you could say, that have navigated in the south many times.
So it would be correct to say you don't know the Earth is measured flat. You believe it is.
No, because I wouldn't say that Earth is measured flat due to celestial navigation.
But you haven't measured it, and you dispute the fact that
No,
people say has been done.
What I have done myself personally is long distance measurements over water out to 20 kilometers, where there should have been the first measurement, 10 kilometers, was 7 meters of curvature. Yeah. So this is what I was discussing today with those people on what I have personally done myself and measured against what we're told the Earth's curvature is. Now, I understand exactly what you two are talking about in regards to the Earth not being flat. I understand your points with the topography, etc. However, I believe that that's just really playing semantics at the end of the day, and I think that that's been shown many times.
Yeah, but you don't.
Many times when you know yourself that no surface is truly flat. I don't have any proof about what claim that I've.
Have any proof to?
I don't have proof of what claim that I've gone and taken these measurements across these distances and observations myself.
At a distance of 69 miles can be derived from
that
1
wasn't my
degree
claim.
increments of an angle to a star in the sky.
That wasn't my claim. You're not listening. That wasn't my claim.
That
Yeah.
was the question I was asking, and you said you only believe it because you've never done it. So you
asked me the question.
Else has said.
Yeah, that's right. You asked me the question.
Okay.
I answered you honestly. Now, do you have a problem with me answering honestly and saying no? I've never done that myself.
Is that because you believe?
That's not what. Hang on.
Measurement
that's
of
not
curvature?
Sorry, what was that?
Is that you? Have you not done it because you believe it's a measurement of curvature? Because it would seem to me that if you believed it was a measurement of flatness, you would have already verified it for yourself and use it as an argument to say it was a measurement of flatness. Like, what's the aversion to it? Is it because you actually believe that this measurement is a measurement of curvature?
No.
No. Okay. So it's not that good.
No, I haven't gone out with my sextant and measured 1 degree and 69 miles in the south and my latitude because I've never had a need to do it. And I have more important things in my life to do right now than go out and do this. Yeah. What I did say, in all honesty, yeah, I answered your question. And what I did say are the personal things I have done myself. Yeah. To satisfy me that we're not living on a globe.
That's fine.
Now, I also said that I understand your argument around topography, and I know exactly what you're claiming there. I just think that that's pedantic. Yeah, that's my point.
So based on the famous Miggy Wig Snatcher Club, we can confirm that you only believe that the Earth is measured with a 69 mile to 1 degree relationship because it's not something you've done yourself, and you don't know anybody who's done it.
Yeah, I know people who most likely have done it. I haven't questioned them, but I do have friends' father who. Hang on, I do. Okay. I don't know right now, but I do know that I know of people who work on the sea, who navigate on the sea all the time and use charts and navigation charts, who I could question about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't know yourself whether the Earth is measured flat, but the people who do the navigation,
Hold on. No, now you're jumping to the next.
Who says that's the only way?
circumference in order to navigate. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, because you haven't done celestial navigation, AJ, you haven't measured the Earth to be flat because that's the only way to confirm it, right?
Well, I thought that was your basis of your questioning. Was that if somebody hasn't done it,
Yeah. Like we weren't around in 2015 before the celestial navigation argument was presented. Before the nautical sextant argument was presented. Yeah, we weren't saying Earth measures flat before that, were we? We weren't saying that, were we? We weren't saying the Earth measures flat before that, were we? Were we? Were we? Were we saying the Earth measures flat before that?
This is only an argument for the stated claim that the Earth is measured flat, right? Don't worry about it.
Did you hear anyone prior to 2021 say that the Earth measures flat?
You can join in on the argument.
Did you hear anybody prior to 2021-22 say that the Earth measures flat? Because that's around about the time that argument came out about the nautical sextant and celestial navigation. Did you hear anybody say that?
How would you join in this?
Did you hear anybody say that?
69ing the real globe. How can we
Did you hear anybody say that prior to the nautical sextant argument?
How can we help you join in?
That the Earth measures flat.
Looking at it in 2021, what difference would it make? What point are you trying to make?
What about you, Bev? I'm asking Bev. Did you?
Did I? I've measured an angle to Polaris.
Did you hear anyone say that the Earth measures flat prior to 10th man's argument of a nautical sextant?
Oh, you're going to dump it all on 10th man?
Yeah, he's the one that raised it.
Yeah, I told him.
He's the one.
Do fuck all with an angle. Remember that?
Yeah, I know. I remember that. Yeah, that was a stupid statement. That was a very, very pathetic and stupid
statement. They decided to measure the
Earth flat with
an angle.
Prior to that, did you ever hear anybody say that the Earth measures flat?
I said you could do fuck all with an angle. And Nathan Oakley.
Did you or did you not hear anyone say that the Earth measures flat prior to that?
We can use that angle to measure the Earth flat.
Holy shit, bro.
T-Dub, can I just say something?
No, you can't. Bev is going to answer the question. Answer the question, Bev. Did you or did you not hear, prior to 10th man raising the argument about the celestial navigation and the nautical sextant, did you hear anyone say that the Earth measures flat?
I don't know. Yeah, I think it was Nathan Oakley that started it.
Oh my goodness. You know that in 24/7 it's being said for years that the Earth measures flat. It's one of the first things that we tell people, and it's been so since that Discord server was created.
So you are taking ownership of saying that?
No, I'm not taking ownership of it. I'm just telling you that we've been saying it for years, that we didn't always rely on celestial navigation or use of a nautical sextant in order to determine that the Earth measures flat.
So this 69 miles would be a measurement of flatness to you then, right?
My goodness, what is you with this 69 miles garbage?
Something that's done in reality. Something that everyone can check for themselves.
Have you done it? Have you confirmed 69 miles per degree?
I have, yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
How'd you do that?
I measured an angle to Polaris. You guys in the south can't get involved in this. But then you can...
How'd you measure the distance?
On a map. Scale.
On a map?
Yes.
On a scale?
You can verify the location.
Bro.
We've got something wrong with maps now. Do you not trust maps?
No, you didn't validate the whole 69 miles.
Like, because you've got maps where you live, right? You can measure.
So who made the map? Miles, right? Who made the map, Bev? Who made the map?
The surveyors. They measured the distance.
Oh, so it's just a belief you have. So it's just a belief you have then.
It's not a belief. No, it was been verified, triangulated, mathematically.
Did you verify it? Did you verify it?
Scale.
Did you verify it? Did you verify it?
Yes, it's a scale.
Yeah, what? How?
Map. It's the Ordnance Survey in the UK. Are you saying that
did you travel that distance and measure the distance?
Yes, I did. The 69 miles. Yes.
How'd you measure the distance?
On a map. Put a ruler on a map, a scale ruler on a scale map, and I measured.
And who made that map? Did you make that map?
The Ordnance Survey made the map in the UK.
So you just believe them, right? You believe that that's the correct distance?
They've triangulated the entire country twice.
You believe they did? You believe they did?
Yes, they did do it. They They led the world in surveying.
You believe they verified 69 miles.
Yes.
Yes, you believe it.
You don't know it.
So it's just a belief you have.
It's well, everyone can verify it for themselves. Are you saying there's something
on
wrong?
a map?
You can't.
On a map?
Is that because you live in
with
the
the
south?
ruler on a map?
Is that because you live in the south and you can't actually see Polaris?
Yeah. Look how easy that was to put back what you were trying to put onto us, right? So it's just you that has to believe. Why are you projecting onto other people?
No, we were trying to work out how people in the south could join in this 69ing the real globe.
I don't really give a fuck.
I know. Obviously. Yeah, it seems as though this Polaris privilege is a lot more than I thought initially, because the flat earthers always seem argumentative and they don't want to be, they don't want to believe anything that anybody in the north says. Yet it doesn't seem like they have any way of deriving their latitude, not like we have in the north. So I don't know how they've managed to get involved with any of this celestial navigation stuff that 10th Man went with. I don't know how much 10th Man helped the people in the south understand how this was done, or whether just 10th Man just sort of told the Polaris privileged flat earthers how to measure and draw circles of equal altitude, and it seems like they only seem to work up to the equator. It's damn weird.
No, the problem is you guys don't listen, because this is an argument that I was using.
What, that it's measured flat?
So it can only be measured flat via elevation angles to Polaris. We can't measure an angle to any other star, any other celestial object. A lighthouse. We can't measure across large bodies of water and lakes. We can't do any of these things.
No, can't do that.
I don't think
can't
you can
establish level. Can't establish level with water, right?
Can you really
can't determine that something's parallel with the plane of the horizon, right? Can't do that.
And this just shows that these guys can't have a genuine conversation, because I was honest with you, yeah. I answered your question honestly. I told you what I've done myself. Yet you just want to revert back to this like it's some sort of gotcha that we have a belief.
It's something we can
until
do in reality.
We confirm this belief, yeah. When you don't even listen to me when I state that I haven't used that argument and told you what I was talking about in my discussions today, that you wrongly assumed. Wow. So you're disingenuous, yeah, both of you.
We're trying to bring everyone together for something that can be done in reality.
Right. Anyway, guys, I have to go. My wife's just got home from work and I've got to go and see my family. So I'll catch up with you later. I'm just going on mute.
Okay. So is there anybody else in the south that could sort of let us know, or are we just relying on the people that can see Polaris to join in on this? Is there no way that you guys in the south can sort of, I mean, I know, maybe not. It's quite a lot of people in Australia from here, isn't there? I don't want to be leaving it like people out. Seems bad, but I don't know of any other way. So
nobody gives a shit what you think or want, bro.
Well, I'm trying to get everyone together.
No, I don't care. Don't care.
No, it's left out. I don't want anyone else. I'm going to keep. Obviously, everyone in America can do it, right? You can join in, can't you?
Just go back and do this from your own server and your own platform now.
Do you trust the maps in America?
Go back to your own server, bro, and do this from your own server.
Even us in the UK.
You don't need to piggyback off our audience.
Tiny little island. We can do it. It's only 69 miles. North or south. I'd suggest that, you know, like you could do it just by starting by measuring an angle to Polaris. Wait until there's no clouds. You can see Polaris and just go outside and measure an angle.
There you go. I just typed into the home server. Earth measures flat before 2021, 31st of December. Over 1,000 messages.
Okay. So we could start an argument with a premise that says if the Earth is measured flat, right? Because it is actually a claim that you're making. That's what you're doing. Good. That's a good one, right? We can put claims at the front of modus tollens, because that's what those arguments are for. You best watch out for those destructive ones, eh? Ooh, imagine if you came up against one of those. But you don't even know what it is yet, do you? What about the measured flat, destructive dichotomy? It's got a ring to it, hasn't it? But you could always just say that, you know, 69 miles. I didn't 69 the globe, so wouldn't mean anything to me. There's not actually many things that you can actually do in reality, right? To verify for yourself. You just have to go along with everybody else's ridiculous claims, whatever they say. But, I mean, there are some that you can actually verify for yourself. And they're the ones, I think, are the ones that are important. The ones that you can do locally. Local shit. For local people. $69 in the real globe. That is one of the things that everyone can do to confirm shit for themselves. Would you not agree?
But if you didn't go out and measure fucking shit on a boat, because if you did, you get lost.
You do this on the land. You verify these measurements on the land.
Oh, I'd love to see.
You don't need to go on a boat.
Yep.
No boats needed.
Well, that's how the measurement was done.
No, the measurement
using
was done
celestial
on land,
navigation.
69 miles, 1 degree. The OG shit was done on land after they've made a map, right? A map is a contingent part that already has to exist. And you just go to different places and mark down the angles that you measure to a light in the sky, and then go, hey, look here. Seems to be a 69-mile difference if you go north and south on this map. Look, that happens everywhere. Let's go to France and check. It's like, shit, it happens in France too.
Well, off you go then.
Well, everyone can join in. That's what the whole point of it.
Yeah, no, off you go then.
The entire.
Go and do it.
Well, I'd say the entire, not really the entire, just the north ones, right? The ones that can see Polaris. Privileged we are.
Well, off you go then. Go and do it then, Bev. Stop talking about it and go do it.
Planet. 69 in the real globe.
Oh, fucking shut up. Go to France. Go do your thing. Come back. present it to us. Show us how you did it, what you did.
He's been saying that for years. How do you do Selner in South if you can't see Polaris? Like, he's had this argument over and over and over again. And he's still bricked. It's just an angle, Nathan. Remember that?
You can do fuck all with an angle.
You can do fuck all. And Nathan would just go, well, you can measure an elevation
measure
angle.
the Earth flat.
Work out a distance. That's how you get, you know, so you don't get lost at sea.
You're mental.
By measuring an angle. Oh, you can do fuck all with an angle.
Yeah, Nathan thinks he can measure the Earth flat with an angle. That's ridiculous.
Can you build a house with an angle?
No. I'm muted. They've muted us and nobody's wanting to talk now. This is what happens to Nathan Oakley's server. Like once you start muting the people that come round to talk, nobody wants to talk. Because they get upset at things you say.
I like how he said he confirmed the 69 miles per degree on a map.
Imagine that. Distances from a map. Who'd have thunk it? Definitely not the flat earther.
Well, I like how Master said.
Sorry,
hey, Jodo.
Here we go.
I like how Master Beta said, "You been for 2 years and you still haven't got perms?"
Master B. There's your notification.
Haven't got perms.
Gone, and you said, "I got perms." Why ain't you got perms?
So, Jardo, Elder Bear was asking for you in particular.
Okay. Where is he?
All right. Well, let's unmute him. He has questions for you, apparently.
Okay.
There you go, Elder Bear. There's Jardo.
Yeah, initially I was kind of wondering if you got a value for the equator on flat Earth. You did have a lot of numbers. with celestial
we worked that out
navigation.
together. Well, we worked that out together the other day.
Yeah, but then along came somebody else and said you'd made a mistake. But he couldn't say what the mistake was, but said
I don't make
you must
mistakes.
have misspoken.
I remember getting a whole heap of questions and red herrings away from what we were talking about. I remember that, but
So
I don't make mistakes.
Would you give? So. What value would you give for the circumference of the equator on flat Earth then?
All I give is what we know, and that is for every degree that we measure to Polaris, that's 60 nautical miles, or approximately
69 statute miles. So have you measured that?
miles.
Have you measured
anyone
that?
can measure that. Yeah, I have actually.
That's what we said to these guys, but they said, the other guys here said, we've had to have done it ourselves. We have said that you can do that in reality, but they said, you got to have done it yourself. Who did it? And if I said Jardo did it, they wouldn't take it as a verification. So,
well, why would they?
If you
because I can't provide any proof. I can just say that I did it, but I can't provide any proof.
But it can be done in reality.
Wait a sec. Bev said he did it.
I was talking about these people here, and you saying that nobody's done it.
Anyway, what was the question you had for me? Because I've got a valuer coming tomorrow morning, and I'm busy fixing my house up. So,
right, I'm going to pause it for a moment. I think that's confirmation that Jardo has done the 69 miles. Confirmation that he has done it, and I think Jardo is in the south. So there must be a way for somebody to be able to do it, to measure the thing. Obviously, you can't use Polaris, so there must be another method for, establishing whether this 69 miles is a standard. We know that it is up to the equator, apparently. That can be done by measuring an angle to Polaris, but it's yet to be known how the southern people do. Although Jardo does seem to have confirmed that he has done it. We don't know how much you can trust people about those sort of things, but he did seem to think that he'll go back again. Let's listen to that.
But it can be done in reality.
Wait a sec. Bev said he did it.
I was talking about these people here.
You do it with Polaris.
And you saying that nobody's done it.
Anyway, what was the question you had for me? Because I've got a valuer coming tomorrow morning, and I'm busy fixing my house up. So, can we get to the question?
I wanted to know if you had a value for the circumference of the equator on flat Earth.
Well, anyone that can count can work it out. I don't have a value,
what would that
but what I do know is that for every degree that we measure away from Polaris, it's 60 nautical miles. Now, if you get to 90, you could work that out, I guess.
So that would
you get to 90. You could. So is he working like? Is that a thing that the southern people do because they can't measure from? They can't measure an angle to Polaris. Do they imagine you start at the equator and go to Polaris? I mean, what happens on the other side? That's what I'm keen to know. They can't just go from the equator to Polaris, can they? I mean, that's not helping them in the south. I mean, that only starts at the equator. They can't think that, can they? He said he'd done it, but then goes straight to the Polaris from the equator. Go back again.
It's 60 nautical miles. Now, if you get to 90, you could work that out, I guess.
So that would be, that's 69 statute miles. That would be 90 1-degree increments of 69 miles. Would that be correct?
Well, you tell me. What I'm saying is that everybody
You
knows.
just said that, and I'm sort of repeating that back to you.
Throughout all of history,
yeah,
navigation has been done using Polaris and the angle measurement to it. And the degree angle measurement equates to a linear distance. So it's pretty easy to work out. You go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
See, once again, he's talking about Polaris. I mean, that is easy for us, of those of us that have Polaris privilege. Should he be using that as an argument? Should he actually have one of his own? Because, like, he's not Polaris privileged. So how can he use Polaris in his argument? He can't have verified it. I don't know. Know what they're doing. How do the flat earthers that live in the South, Australia, or like flatsoides, South as well, South Africa, how do they derive a latitude? And can they verify the 69 miles? The same as we can, us Polaris privileged people. They've been talking about it for years. 10th Man told the flat earthers about all of their celestial navigation. Did he not prepare the flat earthers in the South for any of this stuff? Or did they just use Polaris? It's Nathan Oakley's stated measured flat. These guys, these Australians have stated measured flat. Nathan uses angles to lights in the sky for his proof. I might end up going that. He might have to change to something else. I think Nathan might just be moving to just miles being straight, flat. Now, you never know.
I say 6,210 miles would be the linear flat Earth distance from the North Pole to the equator.
That's what you say, then so be it.
Okay, so that you could derive a circumference from that, couldn't you?
Well, I guess you could. You're the one that come up with the radius.
Well, you just gave me the numbers for the radius to derive the radius.
No, it's not me. I didn't give you anything. Those numbers have been derived for thousands of years. I didn't give you anything.
Yes, but as you describe it on the flat Earth, when you measure a 1 degree angle to Polaris, you have 69 flat miles.
Those angle measurements have been taken for thousands of years. And because it's an angle, we know it's flat. Because the base, because the baseline has to be flat. So it's not me giving it to you. It's what's already been calculated. Sorry, what's already been measured.
Okay, so from there we have 90 multiplied by 69 flat Earth miles, which will give a distance from the North Pole to the equator, which you could call a radius, and that radius would derive a circumference value.
I suppose you could
value
do that.
would be around 39,000 miles.
Well, you could probably do that.
The circumference of the equator on flat Earth is 39,000 miles.
No, what we're saying is the angle measurement to Polaris is a specific number.
Yeah,
you
1
can,
degree per
you
69
can derive,
miles.
You can derive a radius and a circumference from whatever you like.
Yeah.
What was the question again?
Because, well, I told you the circumference of the equator on flat Earth, because it is a circle. It's derived from the angle to Polaris to give a circle of equal altitude, which is a circle. So the equator on flat Earth is a circle. That could be calculated a distance because we have the radius. We have the distance from the North Pole to the equator, 6,210, which would derive the circumference of the equator at 39,000 miles.
Are you asserting that the circumference of a flat Earth is a particular figure?
It would be, yes, given that radius, yes. Would it not?
Hey, Joe.
So the Earth's flat then?
Well, according to you, it's just observable data. I'm just going on the data you've given me.
No,
Hey,
the
Jodo,
data
I was
is
just
not what I
wondering.
gave you. Yeah.
Just wondering, Jodo, is confirmation of 69 miles per degree necessary in order to determine flatness?
No, all you need to do is just take the angle, whatever figure you
Yeah, but
get from it.
this is how the Earth is measured.
Sorry, don't let me finish. Right. As soon as you assert an angle needs to be taken, the Earth is flat. To your answer, D. Yeah. So as soon as we think about an angle in our head, the Earth's flat. Done.
Wow. This is Jardo. He's got this from Nathan Oakley. So the moment you think of an angle, the Earth's flat. It's a good tactic to have in a debate, that. Fantastic. Even the thought of an angle. Again?
To your answer, D. Yeah. So as soon as we think about an angle in our head, the Earth's flat. Done. We don't even have to take the angle measurement.
As stated. So that flat 6.
That's got to be a troll, right? That's got to be a troll trying to get a rise out of somebody for something. Because that's just fucking nonsense. That's terrible.
69 miles would accrue to 6,210 in a straight linear flat Earth mile elevation angle derived distance to the equator. And as we know, the geometric function of a radius will derive a circumference value, which would give us a circumference value of 39,000 miles and a bit of the equator on flat Earth.
Yeah. Okay. And go on. And what?
But you've also, well, you haven't stated, but it has been stated that they're both the same. Circumference of the equator on the flat Earth and on the globe are the same value. And they have to be for navigational purposes to work on those distance values.
What has to happen for navigational purposes is the stars that we've traced for thousands of years have to be at a certain GP point at a certain time. That's what has to happen for celestial navigation.
Well, when you're trying to plot out where you're going and how much resources you need logistically to get from A to B, then
yeah, but we know that when we plot navigational
where you
stars,
wanted to get to would save lives.
yeah. So when we plot navigational stars and we know their GP, we know exactly where that ground position is to create our circle of equal elevation.
Which derives the equator, the circle of the equator.
When we plot three of those, we have a general acceptance of where our position is. All right. So I don't understand. I don't know where. Like,
I'm trying.
This is what happened the other day.
The numbers.
I don't really know where
the numbers don't work.
Are you trying to build a model?
You're acting dumb because you.
No, I'm not acting dumb. Are you trying to build your own model? If you're trying to build your own model, go away and build it. Like, I don't know what you're trying to achieve here.
It's observed from the data you've given me.
So, can I ask you a question? Do we take angle measurements?
69 flat Earth miles.
To get those 69 statute flat Earth miles, do we take an angle measurement to Polaris?
Oh, that's what you said you do, yeah. For every 1 degree increment, yes.
No, that's what's happened in all of history when people have navigated.
Okay, so yeah, and that's what I mean. The navigation is also for history. In all history, the navigation has been worked out on the given value of the circumference of the equator being 24,901 miles, which I'm told by many proponents of flat Earth is the same as it is on the globe. It would have to be.
It is what it is. I mean, I don't know why you're bringing the globe into it.
What it means is that you have a different value for pi on flat Earth.
No.
You have a
What we
value
have
of
is an angle
2 for
measurement.
pi on flat Earth. How can that be?
Why are we comparing models? It's like a false dichotomy. What we do is measure angles,
Well, we
so
know
we know it's flat.
no,
The baseline's got to be
we're
flat.
comparing.
I don't know
We're
why you keep
comparing
trying
what
to
you're telling
bring
me
a
is a
globe to
fact.
compare. Why you keep bringing a globe to compare when we know we're measuring flat? You go away with your globe and you try and
Because
compare
those are the
both measurements
numbers.
and try and you've
So,
obviously got some kind of psychological issue with comparing models.
no, I don't think so. So either the distance is correct or the circumference is correct. Which one?
Sorry, I missed that. I'm trying to fix my house for the valuer. But yeah, go ahead. This is the last question I'm going to answer,
Either the
and then I can
distance,
pick it up again
is
tomorrow.
correct, the distance is correct, or the circumference is correct. Which one?
No, the elevation angles are correct. The flat baseline gives us the elevation angle. That's what's correct.
That's what you claim. It gives you 69
No,
miles, which you can
that's
be
it.
measured in reality,
Take the models away.
irrespective of
Come
the
back
shape of the
tomorrow.
Earth.
I'll be here.
Again, I have to point out that he is talking about the elevation angles to Polaris. And since at the equator, the elevation angle to Polaris is 0, you cannot derive an elevation angle to Polaris beyond the equator. Yet, this man is an Australian. He lives south of the equator. So you cannot keep using angles to Polaris as your excuse for measured flat if you cannot measure an angle to Polaris. This man cannot see Polaris. He cannot measure an angle to Polaris. So I don't know how he gets his angle to Polaris to measure the Earth flat with.
Here. I'll be here from 3:30.
In reality, that's what's done. We didn't get to the south. What about in the south?
No, I've already talked about the south. You
but how do
obviously
you
weren't
do it
listening
in the
last time I
south
talked
where you
about that.
can't see Polaris? When you can't see
You
Polaris, what do you
obviously
do in the
didn't
south?
listen to my explanation of that. And the explanation of that is the almanacs. If you don't want to read, don't want to learn, then so be it.
Yeah, but all right. So if you're in the south, right, 87 degrees, 79, get Union Glacier, and you're looking south at the sun, what's this GP? Gone to value your house, or you gone? Hello? Ah. Oh, well. But anyway, as I said earlier, whenever I watch Nathan Oakley, he gives out a list of his Patreons, and T-Dub is one of his Patreons. So Nathan has this argument of 69 degrees, 1 degree to 69 miles. And this is the basis of flat Earth measurements. This is kind of the strongest proof. Celestial navigation has been the strongest proof for flat Earth. The Earth is measured flat argument, or claim. It's not an argument. Nobody's put forward an argument yet. I mean, if it is a claim that that's done, and it is done in reality, then the numbers should add up. If they don't add up, then I'm sure that begs a question,
I got kicked. So what were you saying about me? What were you saying about me, bro?
The Earth is round, and you're gay.
I was saying that, I heard Nathan mention you as one of his Patreons. So if you kind of put down 10th Man and Nathan Oakley's 1 degree to 69 mile claim, would seem a bit odd.
The Earth is round.
When did I put it down? When did I put it down?
The Earth is round.
You were saying about 10th Man. You were saying, before 10th Man came along, as if you were denigrating 10th Man.
The Earth is round.
I mean, that's
before
it,
he
bro.
came
You're
along,
going.
nobody
No,
said it.
I'm booting you out of here, bro. I never did any such thing. You're a fucking liar. Did not denigrate anybody. I did not put anyone's argument down. I did not say it's invalid or anything like that. Did not insinuate it. You were insinuating that we claim the only way to measure the Earth flat is through elevation angle measurements to Polaris.
Obviously.
That's the only way, apparently, according to you. But people have been saying it prior to a flat earther ever declaring that the case.
Okay. Obviously he's about to get triggered, and that's about the end of it. But the case here, I think what we're seeing is certain people have been saying for years that the Earth is measured flat by measuring an angle to Polaris. Now, what we're doing right here is we're verifying the 69 miles to 1 degree by measuring an angle to Polaris and a distance between a 1 degree change. Obviously, we are Polaris privileged, so we can verify the 69 miles at least to the equator, right? Because whenever you can measure an angle to Polaris, you can verify your latitude. Now, obviously, if you've never said that the Earth is flat, if you measure an angle to Polaris, right, then this argument doesn't involve you. You don't need to worry about it. You don't need to come up with problems about why you've never said it or all of that, because this argument doesn't involve you. This argument will be a falsification of the claim that the Earth is measured flat for measuring an angle to Polaris. Now, word of warning. Nathan Oakley, the expert, the guy that's claimed the measured flat by measuring an angle to Polaris, has also claimed you can measure an angle to any light in the sky and get you 69 miles. But that doesn't seem to have been verified by anybody else, because Nathan Oakley hasn't even measured an angle to Polaris himself. He's one of the ones that just makes claims, right? Now, if you have somebody running around making claims, then other people can place those claims at the first premise within a modus tollens, like QE did. Except you could try and formulate a very strict argument and make sure it's not fallacious in form, and you can construct an argument to rebut the claim that the Earth is measured flat by measuring an angle to a light in the sky. Now, obviously, other people might get upset that the argument states that therefore the Earth is not measured flat, particularly flat earthers. But there's nothing you can do about it because you're not the guys making that claim. And you might need to sort of undo that as an argument somehow. But, I mean, Nathan Oakley has made the claim. So most of this is going directly and directed at Nathan Oakley. The 24/7 guys, obviously, they have stated that Nathan Oakley's been over there, and he's stated in their room many times that the Earth is measured flat by measuring an angle to Polaris, and he's berated a lot of people that have been in there over the years that Nathan Oakley has been friendly with them. He's not friendly with them at the moment. Obviously, they don't want to listen to Nathan Oakley, and Nathan Oakley doesn't want to communicate. These guys keep muting us all the time, so we can't talk. But Nathan Oakley has banned us completely from all the Discord servers, all communication, all stated, we can't talk to him on YouTube or anything. So nobody really is challenging Nathan Oakley upon his claim that the Earth is measured flat. Now we're doing call it a campaign, right? We're trying to get people to come together to actually make these measurements to verify the stuff. Like I say, I'm Polaris privileged, and I don't really need to work away to help the people in the south to do this. So I don't know how people in the south, particularly these flat earthers that have stated that you can measure an angle to Polaris to measure the earth flat, like Jardot's just done. But he lives in the south. I don't know how he would verify it. Unless he's just going off the words of the people in the north that do it. We can verify it. And we know that a verification of 69 miles to 1 degree would give you, well, a circle with a circumference. If it was measured flat, that circumference doesn't fit. It doesn't work. So the flat earthers that have stated that claim, that the earth is measured flat, have not bothered doing the mathematics. Pretty simple mathematics, basic mathematics, to work out the circumference of the circle of equal altitude of 0. I can't believe that people have been so ignorant of basic mathematics. But then you realise that, you know, people have been saying flat earthers don't know anything about it. And I was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, but this does actually seem like they've all been ignorant of it. Now, obviously, there's going to be flat earthers that say that I've never said that. Flat earthers that have never said that mountains are flat. Flat earthers that have never said that the earth's measured flat by measuring an angle to the Polaris. But you can bet that most of the flat earthers that you've ever met have definitely said that the earth's measured flat. It's a nonsense claim, however you look at it. So if anybody's ever actually said that, measured flat, get ready, because there's going to be a series of arguments coming. Maybe have to come off the table. You might have to say, stop saying that the earth's measured flat on the back of this. You may have to forget that you ever said it. Go back on you saying it. Try and scrub all of the recordings of you ever saying that the earth is measured flat, because it's just a falsifiable claim, as you'll find out. And Nathan Oakley is going to show you exactly how he is going to run from this and never address it. Just like QE has never addressed his fallacious modus tollens. There's a group of people, they're called the Flat Earth Debate Squad, and they cannot address any of their claims that they state. It's ridiculous, really. They claim they're going to be making a book, writing a book, but to be honest, there's no way any of that Flat Earth group of people can write any claims down in a book, because every one of them will be able to be falsified very easily by a modus tollens, and any one of the things that they've already stated as their #1 flat earth proofs can be falsified by an argument easily, and that's why they don't want to discuss it with anyone. So it's 12:30. Thanks for watching. It's been good. These conversations that we have had with these flat earthers is going to get less and less. Obviously, Nathan Oakley, these 24/7 guys, they banned us from another one of the rooms that they have in a Discord server called the English Hub, where people learn English language. They've managed to get a foothold in there, and they banned us from even listening to them. It's amazing. Right, let me get a music on, and then we can did anyone see us on Flatside last night? We got Flatside to do imaginometry. He didn't understand the antithesis to Euclidean geometry was a not that, a the most non-Euclidean geometry. Well, Flatside read it out. He can't really read it out that well. So this is imaginometry. We started off with Logic, so this is imaginometry, the song.
Imaginometry! Axiom 1, 'tis globe. Axiom 1, it has to be. Imaginometry. Axiom 1, it has to be. Definition 1, all definitions are meaningless. Definition 2, any and all defined definitions can be redefined. See definition 1. Definition 3, any defined definitions that have been redefined become the definitive definition until being redefined. See definition 1. 4, if a definition doesn't fit, conjure a new one. Remember, you're in control, narration is expected. Always refer to definition 1. 5, a point is that of which you can imagine as being a series of interconnected points making up everything from nothing, or making something into nothing. 6, the duration alone of either verbal or written definitions reinforces your definition or redefinition. Can be imagined to have been imagined in the future. Postulate 3, once the conceptualized imaginings are envisioned to be truly imagined, then the imaginometrist can become the imaginometer. Postulate 4, a solitary individual can envisage their imaginings as being the imaginings of the whole. Therefore, an individual's imaginings can be imagined as the consensus. Postulate 6, anything that can be imagined can be imagined to be real. 7, that which isn't something else can exist as something within the imaginings. 8, that which can be imagined to be bigger than imaginable. Axioms. Axiom 1, it is globe. It has to be. Axiom 2, all imaginings must assume a shape. Axiom 3, anything in reality can be imagined differently. Axiom 3.3, when your imagined shape is under an augmented threat of another's imagined competing shape, then the imaginometrist must imagine that the thought violator must be willfully ignorant. Imaginometrist perception and automatically reject the opposing thought shape. 4, all evidence is assumed evidence of your globe. 5, 5. Any evidence contrary to your globe can be assumed to be evidence for your globe. 6. If it doesn't logically fit the globe, then the logic must be illogical. 7. Reality cannot be disproved and does not need imagining. The sole purpose of imaginometry is to envelop a unique, personalized, idiosyncratic conceptualization of an individualized paracosm. 8. If at any time an imaginometrist is asked to provide evidence of their globe, the imaginometrist must obfuscate and ask the offender to provide the evidence they required.
This is called a sopher solve.
The 5th postulate. If an imaginometry axiom meet a perceived axiomatic obstruction as to cause the imaginometrician distress, then the imaginometrician should disregard the offending thought and fabricate a new axiom immediately. This is one of the steps in becoming the imaginometer. Imaginometry. Axiom 1. This globe. Axiom 1. Axiom 1. Imaginometry.